Hey guys, how's it going? Hello, Black Dragon, and thanks for the sub, Badger Brook. Hello, welcome to the stream. That means you weren't first, Black Dragon. First chatter, though. Okay. I'm gonna putz around on the paladin for a little bit. I did tell Miss Bugaboo we'd wait for her. She'll be here soon, I'm sure of it. If she ends up running late, we'll just start, but for the interview part. You are on an alt since when? I know, you guys are so, like, it's such a surprising month, right? You guys just always see me on my druid. The since when is now, and it'll only last till the buff is done. As of May 20th, we'll be back to only playing the druid. Yeah. Yay for these events, right? You would never see any of my other characters. I need to move the fan. It's blowing my hair all over the place. On a pally, no less. Right? Been a hot minute since I've leveled the pally, and you know, that's not even the end of it, Black Dragon. It's also a healer. A lot of woes in today's stream. I feel like I used to play the healers a lot on stream when we do dungeons and stuff, but I feel like it's been a hot minute. And to be fair, it's always been mainly the druid. Yeah. The druid and DPS, stream-wise. I gotta clean out some alts. I am now working on unlocking the Earthen race. This one's Earthen. This one's gonna be the second alt. There's definite better ways I could have gone as far as getting that perk as fast as possible, that like warband perk. But because I still have to like max it out. But I really wanted to level this chickie. But yeah, I could easily hopped on my 70 plus and focused all them. But, you know, point is, she'll be the second alt leveled. So, which will give another 5%. Hello, D. How's it going? And are you going to join us for Delves tomorrow? You're on number 6 and 7. I've been slacking, and unfortunately that achievement came out after, you know, the past years. So it only tracks the alts you've leveled in this expansion. So yeah, we got work to do. But I don't even think I'll be on alt number 6 or 7 by the end of this. Yeah, you'll still be ahead of me, Black Dragon. Yeah. I'm trying my best to level as much as possible, but we play other games. I you know, also do YouTube and editing, and yeah, so I've only been able to really throw like max 2 streams in dedicated to leveling per week. So yeah, we'll see what gets done. but good, maybe. Nice, nice. I saw you got your 8 done. And it is a little hot today, you know, for me. You guys know me. I'm a wuss when it comes to heat. I'm a snow girl. But it's like 75 today. I know for some of you that's like nothing, but for me that is we gotta start taking out the tank top. You know, whether we gotta do some closet maintenance this weekend. Which, to be fair, I've been meaning to do anyway. I think I have to pick a covenant. You guys are probably wondering why I picked Shadowlands, right? It's because she has to pick a covenant. She doesn't need to do all the stuff in it, but she has to be part of it at least, you know?
Oribost welcomes you.
Yeah, I've been here.
We all have a part to play.
Quest complete. I don't know where I should put her. I've got characters, like, in all of them, so she's just an extra character in the Covenant.
And be judged.
She feels Bastion-like, though, right? I feel like a paladin belongs to Bastion. I think that's where I put my paladin in Shadowlands, too. Like, when it was current. So maybe with that being said, maybe I should put her somewhere else.
All will be judged fairly.
I don't know. I could probably use another one in Venthyr. I don't know. It's like that we don't have a shortage of characters in Covenants, but, you know, I do need to get back to working on some of the Venthyr stuff at some point. And she's a character that would get parked anyway, so yeah, it's yeah. Sounds reasonable. Yeah, let's do it. We'll do Venthyr. Whoa. There's a lot going on in my chat. We just learnt a lot of transmog. What the hell? Well, that was a lot of scroll. I'm glad no one was whispering me during that. Oh, it don't matter what they should have been. Like, she's just leveling. Shadowlands don't matter anymore. I just wanted her, I didn't want her in Kyrian because my paladin in Shadowlands was Kyrian, so that paladin is still over in Kyrian. Yeah, so I'd rather her be somewhere else, just in case I need to do something somewhere else. But yeah, and Ventyr's kind of like the thing I've been slacking on achievement-wise, so it, you know, that's why I picked Venthyr. Yeah, because she's going to be a parked character, so if my parked characters, I'll put a little more thought into where I want them parked, right? She's going to park in Venthyr. She's going to stay in Revendreth for probably the rest of her life. Just saying.
Your path is chosen. Speak, mortal.
Right, D.
I will consider your words.
Well, obviously, Revendreth.
Until we speak
Obviously.
again, I will consider your words.
Actually, Revendreth was like my favorite area. I mained Night Fae because I mained my Boomkin as I always do, and Night Fae, like, you know, if you're going for meta and all that, Night Fae was it back then for that character. And yeah, so that one, I 100%ed Night Fae in Shadowlands. But then it took so long to 100% that shit that I didn't get to the rest of the shit, really. I did a couple of challenges in Curian, and I did a lot in Maldraxxus. I would say Maldraxxus is, like, my second, like, most accomplished. And Venthr's, like, my least, because I didn't like those key things, you know? Like, yeah, I love Venthr, I love Revendreth, but I didn't like the other shit. The quests. You know? Yeah, the achievements, they were kind of like, ugh. They seemed too time-gated, they seemed too long. They, like, yeah, they seemed, ugh. Yeah, I can't explain it other than, ugh. Hey, Miss Bugaboo, getting some food, be home in about 30 minutes. Sounds great. We will wait for you. I'm just putzing around, so we'll start up the show, the interview show, because I am the show. But the interview show will start at 7:30 Mountain Time, if anyone, or 6:30 Pacific Time. I don't know what time frame you guys are on, so if you want to go get a drink or food yourself, go for it. You got an OnlyFans? Or OnlyFans? Good. OnlyFans? The only OF I know now is OnlyFans. Yes, I do. It costs $100 to join it, and then an additional $1,000 to view all my great pictures that are for sure me naked and not my cats. Deal? That is the show. Yep. I will say, you know, if I didn't love my body, back in my early days, I would have made a killing off something like that. Just saying. Yeah, it's pretty hot in my 20s. Yeah, but I still would have never done it. I respect myself, you know? Like, yeah, I could never do something like that. I think the moment, you know, you can disrespect other people, but the moment you disrespect yourself, I think you've lost the game. You know, because you are the person you gotta live with for the rest of your life. Yeah. You still kinda can now. Yeah, I got the boobs, you know, I probably could. Yeah. To be fair, you guys get, like, the unedited version of me, you know? Like, I don't wear makeup, I barely do my hair. You know, like, I wear my baggy clothes, you know, like, I can look better. Yeah. I could if I tried. Okay. What was this other quest? I vaguely remember something down this hallway.
Everything is negotiable.
Observing the... Oh, that was PvP. Never mind. Okay, we got anything else? I think we just go. Yeah, I think we just go. Man, today was so rushed. My apologies for being a little late. Yo, I did postpone the stream 30 minutes. We usually start at 6. We started at 6:30, although technically I got here at like 6. Yeah, let's just say we were running a little late. And yeah, it was a whole big-ass rush today. I don't know. Do we want to... Actually, where is it trying to lead me to? Let's take the flight path.
How may I serve?
Okay. Thinfall. Those are definitely overlapping. I gotta fix something here. Okay. Hey, Adita. Loved your pet battle guides. Helped me so much. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Glad they were help to you. And you're welcome. Yeah, I need to do more of those. I feel like I got the important ones there, though. Like, you probably were looking at a dungeon one, possibly? I tried to do more, but ironically, those pep videos are like the roughest edits. Yeah, because I do like, I can record 20 pet videos in a matter of like an hour, right? Whereas most of my other stuff takes about that to record one video. So it sounds weird. You wouldn't think it would take longer, but because I can do more in an hour, it means there's more to edit. Yeah. And there's a lot of pet battle stuff, you know? Yeah. I definitely, like, not gonna lie, I just off record did all the pet stuff in this expansion, yeah. While I was doing it, I'm like, I should be recording this, but... What's going on? Hello? Oh, there we go. Do I need to click this, or do we know it?
Why would anyone walk anywhere?
Well... As someone who has recently started walking again, you know, because you should. Because you should. It's unhealthy to not walk.
Darkest greetings, Maw Walker.
Anima.
There is a
simplicity in inevitability.
Oh, this character's getting some guild rep. What's this character's guild rep at? I guess it is newish, but she's level 23. It takes next to nothing to get rep in the guild. I would think she has it. Let's see. Neutral? Jeez. Neutral in my own guild. I just got the one quest, or... I guess. Oh, there's a quest. Okay, am I in one of these? We are now. Okay. You can also level through Torghast. Actually, I'd probably do that.
Excuse me.
I don't need these
Hello.
quests.
Over here in the shadows. I could use your assistance.
Like, there may be, like, obviously there's some stuff I need Venthyr, but whatever is in the beginning, my druid did that, right? She was out here, like, she was part of Night Fae, but she completed all those lore things, right? So, yeah, I only really need what is needed for the achievement. You know, like the Venthyr kind of meta type crap. So I probably would. I like Torghast, actually. I think I was like one of the few. I'm sure there were other people that enjoyed it.
Please do hurry.
But there were a lot of
I cannot
people
enter
that
the light
didn't.
Without my cloak.
Working on the side quest. I think I still need one thing from Torghast, like from the bar. Yeah, I was focusing it on my druid for a while, and then I don't know, something occurred and I stopped. And it wasn't the end of Shadowlands, because I did return back last expansion. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, let me see, like, do I need anything? I don't know, let's look at the Venthyr achievements. Maybe it'll, like, kind of remind me if I need any, if there's, like, a reason to keep her here rather than Torghast. Hey, Badger Brick. I loved it, but I like delves more. Yeah, I'm not sure. I like the delves too. I'm not sure what I like more, actually. Yeah, because they're kind of like, they're so similar, right? You collect some stuff, and, you know, it's pretty much like a dungeon climber, almost. Well, there's not levels, I guess, but... Yeah, I guess that's the difference with delves and Torghast. I did take a quick peek. I gotta actually record, like, all the stuff that's on there so that I put it in the next news video. But yeah, I guess at least there's a couple of cheap ones, but there's one that I'm not gonna be able to get because I'm broke on currency. I'll only get 1,000, and there's 2 550s and 1 for 350. So yeah, I'll have to freeze one of the 550s. Yeah. And I already have a mount frozen right now. That's what I hate about the trading post. There's these people that are like, be okay with not having everything. I'm not asking for everything. I just want my goddamn mounts. You know? And now I'm at the point where I have to actually override a frozen mount to freeze a different one. You know, if I like it more than the one frozen. You know, and... yeah, that's where I start having a problem. You know, I didn't like that I couldn't get everything, but I adapted to that. I sucked it up like a good little girl. But now you're fucking with my mounts. Oh, the robot chicken? Thank God, I think I have that, so I won't need that one. Let me see. Do I have the robot chicken? Oh, maybe I don't. Is it called robot chicken? Shit, maybe I need the robot chicken. Rocket chicken? Is it the rocket chicken? That is a TCG. Except I think that's Legion. Is it? Nope, that's BC. So yeah, that is the one. That is the one you're referring to. Okay, cool. I was pretty sure I had it. Yeah, because I have been collecting all those TCG pets off the black market for years, so... Same with mounts. But that is pretty cheap. Yeah, they do give those away cheap, but at least I can save that currency, right? Currency I don't have to spend on, you know, rocket chicken. Okay, well, I don't know, you think I'll be okay in Torghast? I guess we'll find out, but this character has nothing. I'm wearing heirloom gear, but, you know, like, yeah, guess we'll find out. Okay, let's go to a flight path. Because anything that would need to be done here, I wouldn't want to do it at this level, you know? I'd do it at max level when it's nice and easy. There's a flight path right here.
My master did say to serve everyone.
Did he? Oh, I'm gonna probably have to open it up. Right? I don't just have access to Torghast, do I? I guess we'll find out when we get down there. You can be level 10. I still think it's weird that you can be level 10 and like in Shadowlands, you know? Yeah. What, the Ninja Turtles in this trading post? Is there a turtle? Is there a turtle mount or something? I vaguely looked at it, so I can't remember the mounts. I just remember that there's 2 550s and a one that is a 350. Like, that's the thing with me, is I just check to see if I can afford things, you know? Yeah. But I don't remember what the mounts were, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely a quick glance just to see if I liked anything. Is one at 700? Oh, I thought I saw 2 for 550. Well, there's definitely 1 for 550, because I remember a 550 one. So there must be 1 at 550, 1 at 7, and then 1 at 350? You know what they should do, since they clearly don't want to give us any currency at the moment, you know, bonus currency, is they should do something like, you remember back when we had all those guild perks, you remember the bartering? It was like, it was a discount on vendor, so you would get a deal at the vendors. So we need something like that for the trading post. Yeah. I'm not sure what you do to earn the discount, but, like, you know. We need something. Oh, I'm all right here. I'm used to, like, the scene that drops you down. Like, yeah, we didn't get that. I'm, like, right in Torghast. They didn't even drop me in the maw. They just put me straight in here. See, now, is this shared? We'll find out. If nothing is on it, it's not. Yeah, it's not shared. But my druid, she's on the last one. Yeah, I don't think she fully completed it, but she had 1 left, and it was a lot needed. So I think that's why I took a break, you know, on the Torghast
What do you
thing.
bring to the table? We are done here.
I can't get anything for free, right? Can I? No. It's like I've been playing the game long enough. I should have known the answer to that one. Oh, what are they wanting me to do? Oh, just a Torghast wing. Okay. Well, this is one that's opened. Oh, the Jailer's Gauntlet. I can do 8. So that carries over then. They're seeing my completed. I have that mount. I should. Yeah, alright mount. Oh, no, they locked me at the 8. 7? I don't know. Do I want to do a high one? Do we just do low? Or I don't know how tough this is gonna be. I'm the last time I really did this, it was current. I'm a little worried, guys. Okay, let's oh, now it's opened. I don't know. Let's see. Find out. But is there nothing other than the Jailer's Gauntlet? That was the tougher one. Okay, whatever. I'll do it. You do not require, or you do not meet requirements. Okay, let's just do one then. You do, yeah. We need something. We can't just go in. Oh. I see, I see. Okay. Do first one, I guess. Threads of Fate? You just automatically get that now, or? I didn't click no Threads of Fate. I thought they removed Threads of Fate, actually. Increased damage, and Ashen Hollow heals 30. Oh, what spec am I in? I'm in the red, okay. What ability is Ashen Hollow again? Oh, it's a Venther thing. Okay. Sure. Why not? Welcome home, Miss Bugaboo. I'm just gonna do a quick Torghast here, and then we'll situate for the watching the interview. So we'll have a little sidetrack, and then I'll come back and level more on this character. I don't know. I don't know, I'm trying it out right now. We'll find out. You see me on the bar there? 1 bar away from 24. We'll see where I'm at the end. But it's easy kills. You know, it was a little rough that first pull, but there was a bunch there. But, you know, single pulls more or less are pretty fast. What's the Door of Shadows? I just keep putting it up there, but... They're getting me. They're getting me. After I said that and everything. Wend through the shadows. That tells me nothing. Oh, actually, isn't it where you move a little forward? Let me see. Let me try it without any mobs here. I think that's what it is, right? You use it to, like... Yeah. Okay. I remember that. My rogue was Venther, but it's been a hot minute. Ouch. Yeah, treasure box. Whoa. I don't think I need to get all the souls, right? Ooh, that's a close one. Okay, nothing here. Never mind. Never mind. There's something here. Whoops. Where is it? Oh shit, I forgot about those. Okay, I remember that. Why not? See how tough this guy is. Oh, that was a waste. I like it. Okay. Floor 1 complete. I can't remember how many floors there are in here. I want to say 4, but I don't know. There could be more. I don't know. Did I see a Globy? Oh, it's not. I think for me, it's gonna depend on how much we get on completion. Because I feel like I could have handed in some quests within this time. So we'll see how much I get on completion. Oh shit. Which way were we? This guy first. Yeah, this is just a rough group because big guy does a lot of damage. See if I can walk around. No? Okay, see if I can just bring him around. No, that's like an immediate, a lot of damage. Got 3 pieces of gear upgrades from raid last night. Awesome. Nah. Oh shit. Yeah, I knew he was gonna keep me in that for a bit, but we survived it. Now I just need to actually play the game and get some Valor Stones so I can do the upgrades, right? Yeah, I am pretty sure I'm maxed on Valor. Because, well, I didn't get an upgrade this week. I took the currency on the vault. So, yeah, which means that's a week of collecting Valor and not upgrading gear with it. So, we're probably gonna be maxed for a little bit. I do wish they would put other things on, just like optional things. Nothing like mounts or anything, you know. But just optional, like, fun things you can spend it on. Like, maybe a buff or something for, like, leveling or, you know. Not like a grind, but... Ouch. I cannot move. Damn you. Floor 3. Actually use that. We'll absorb. I wanted to take the extra damage on Ashen, but... Oh, it was a gray. Okay. This is the middle floor, right?
Remember, everything has value.
I think I remember that, right? Oh, it's showing the boss. Okay, nope. This is leading to the boss.
All goods and services for
Okay.
sale.
I'll take this 5. And I guess that. I think that's all it can afford. That's 65. Yeah, fuck it.
Your patronage is always appreciated.
Is that the one I was using? Yeah. Take it. Let me gain... Actually, where is consecration? That reminds me, that's not even on my bars. Thanks, game. I'll take it. And then we'll apply it. I don't see it. Oh, I wonder if one of my talents is overriding the name or something. Eh, whatever. Figure it out later. Did all the layers not too long ago. I've actually only got 2 runs left to get the layer 16. Nice, nice. Rhett doesn't have it? Really? I've always played Rhett. Rhett used to have it. Yeah. Because I used to use that all the time. This is gonna be an ouchie right here.
The brave,
Oh.
the mighty, the treacherous. All are bound here. Free them.
But cool that it's a passive now, I guess. I did like applying it, though. You know, it was fun to watch. Ability on 3, Blade of Justice. Oh, they saw me. I was gonna skip them, but...
You look oddly hale today.
What does that even mean? Okay, got that item, but I should hold it off. Is this the boss room? I don't know. No, because no mobs are in the boss room. But I should still hold it off for the buddy at the door. I should know Pally has been my class since vanilla. Ret was never my thing though. Nice. I played a lot of Paladin in Wrath. I really enjoyed it in Wrath. And nowadays it's just an alt, you know, like, yeah, clearly. I'm sure, like, if you main the Paladin, I'm sure you can tell that I barely play it, right? There's probably some ways I'm attacking that, you know, a main Paladin wouldn't. But I feel like you can always tell when someone's, like, not on their main. Did I go the wrong way? That don't seem right. But yeah, my main is Balanced Druid has been my main since vanilla. Yeah. And cool to see another person that's mained the same character since then, because a lot of people swap, right? I don't know a whole lot of people that have maintained the same character solely since then, you know? I was kind of the only one I knew. Did they see me? Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be an ouchie. I don't know, should I just use it? Let's use it. I can't move. Chains. I hate chains. God. I wouldn't even say I have a main. I have too much fun on a lot of classes. Right? That's a lot of people. Yeah. I definitely have a main. you know, my stream is always surprised when I'm on anything other than my druid, and it's, it's because that's the only character I really play on stream. I love my druid, and yeah. But I have my moments. I have my moments with alts. A lot of the time, you know, I am an altaholic, so I have a lot of alts, but a lot of the time they're just off-stream characters, putz around characters. I'm gonna wait for this patrol. It's clearly I could use some gear here. Yeah, I think our gear is probably... Our item level's under 100, so... Oh, they're not gonna move. Okay. Get them as fast as possible, I guess. I want this guy dead. Oh my goodness. Damn it. The group is a little rough. But at least the big guy is down. I would say 100%, like, unless you're on a character that really doesn't struggle on anything, clearly, you know, this character, her gear's too low for the tougher ones. But yeah, this wouldn't be worth it unless you're... If you take even one death, I find this not worth it. Only if it's a super fast run. But we'll see at the end. At the end, see how much. But if I don't get an entire fucking bar, not worth it. Does Paladin have buffs? I want a buff. Let's see. Like, other than the stance. Maybe general? No, I don't think so. Okay. I don't want to use my thing yet. It's like I almost should, right? But I don't want to use it yet. Damn it, chains. God, I hate chains. And that ability, like, is a full-on cast, so... Okay, yeah, I figured probably just the auras, because the auras are kind of a buff, yeah. It's all good. We'll survive it. I feel like this dog is probably gonna be brutal on us. Which way we going? Can we skip them? Oh, I don't know if we can skip them. I feel like we shouldn't try to skip things, you know? We might be in more trouble. They're gonna halt there. I'm gonna try. After I said I feel like we shouldn't try, I'm gonna try. Yeah. I know you guys want to watch the interview, and I'm taking long in this tour gas. But I think we're almost done. I do need gear, though, and this place is not gonna get me gear. So, yeah. I think I personally... It's been a nice flashback coming back, but I need gear. See, I think that's probably where Delves maybe, you know, maybe is the better option. When you're like, obviously, I can't do Delves at 23. But, you know, when you can, because at least there, you would still get gear, right? Here, there are the transmogs, but those are just cosmetic, I think. I don't think they're, like, transmogs. I think they took our buffs away to make warriors happy. I have a couple of warriors. Actually, 4. And they're all parked in the same place. The Legion class hall. Which I loved. Oh, there's our level. It did take us a while to do 1 bar there, though. That's why I'm banking on completion here, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I loved Legion. I thought class halls were great. Is Buddy, like, pretending to fight, or is he actually fighting? I know he's the quest, but... which way? Is something hitting me? What's going on? Okay. This is where warriors were kind of nice. You just leap over. I always got in trouble with those with my druid because I'd just dash over it, which you would think would work great. But sometimes that very end part would get me, yeah. What do you think the chances are? We just... I don't think they're good. Get this guy. Okay, now we'll just run this way. And then we just run. I think we're gonna have to kill these guys. Yeah, I don't want to risk it. Ouchie, ouchie. Oh my god, I don't know what happened there. I healed, but like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I finished a whole book this week, Killers of the Flower Moon. I listened to it on audio while at work. Nice. What's it about? Other than killers. Can't wait for Legion Remix. Me too. I hope, there's nothing I could really get that existed back then, but some new stuff would be nice, I guess. Some reskinned mounts, I guess. I don't know. I hate to say it that way. Was this the same group, or did I go a wrong way? What the... Oh, this is the group we skipped. Figures. Yeah, might as well. One day I'll go back, finish all the class halls. That was my jam in Legion. Yeah, I had a personal goal for myself that before the expansion ended, we were getting every class mount, and I succeeded. I got every single class mount, but holy fuck was that a lot of work. Yeah. It's faster now because, well, it's old content, plus they removed the, you needing to do the full breaching the tomb on every single character. Yeah, so it's a lot faster now, but back then, you were looking at, you know, weeks for each of those characters. I kind of, ugh, it's like, they seem like the better group, right? But then I'd have to kill two groups. I just hate that big guy, you know? I wouldn't mind him so much if we were geared, but he's just rough on this character right now. I love this Divine Storm. I think that's my favorite ability. One sec, D. I see that whisper. One sec. Might do deals with ya. Okay. Have a great night, D. And if you're interested in the interview thing, I will be posting it on YouTube. I'm just not sure when. If I get to the edit nice and quickly, tomorrow. But if I don't, Sunday. Yeah. But I'll definitely post it. Have a great night. Hopefully we'll see you for Delves tomorrow. If not, that's okay. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here, have a weapon. Have a weapon, buddy.
There it is.
Right, now you can kill the boss for me.
Thank you for your help. I can handle myself from here.
Well, I can't. I'm just kidding. We can totally. Night, I will be there. Awesome, awesome. And Black Dragon, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I know you were talking about wanting to do Delves too, so they'll be tomorrow. I put the Saturday night Delves back in. We took a 2-week break. Wouldn't be so bad if you still didn't have to do the mission tables. I liked the mission tables, but I know I'm one of the rare. Yeah, I especially like the Shadowlands mission tables because you got mounts from them. Yep. About the Osage Native American murders and the birth of the FBI. They made a movie too with Leonardo DiCaprio. Haven't watched it yet. Wanted to finish the book first. It's really sad, but you learn a lot. Huh. Sounds like something I'd like. I like sad, depressing shit. And murder. You know me. I pretty much only watch true crime. Yeah. And the reason I like the true crime so much and not just some random murder movie, although I do like the murder movies too. But it's because it's so real, right? Because it's true crime, and it's like you learn things about, other areas. And it really opens your eyes. Like, it's like I know people are evil out there. I know a lot of people kill people, but I didn't know that many people killed people, Like, it's like, holy. Once you start, like, really delving into some of the shit, yeah. Like, we got too many bad people in the world. Pretty much a true crime history book. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. You said, you learn a lot, and yeah. Nice. Okay, I'll use my ability now. Although I almost... Well, we lose it on the floor, though. I was gonna say I should keep it for the boss, but... I don't think it works that way. Don't hurt me, buddy. I'm just a baby. Look how short I am. And 23 or something. And he's I even used the ability. He's like doing some crazy damage. Granted, I have died too, so I probably should repair. Don't kill me. I don't want to do this fight again. Okay, got him. Okay. I think this is the boss floor. Oh, I have unspent talents. I'm actually worried about the boss. The mini bosses have been a little rough. Yeah, I'm actually a little worried.
For you, I offer only the fights.
It's like I feel like I'm playing Shadowlands for real, man. Like this character needs gear. You learn about all the fucked up shit the government and regular citizens did to the Osage Nation in Oklahoma. Cool, cool. Well, not cool to the bad shit, but, you know, it's always nice when eyes are opened up, right? Okay, I still got 412. There's a transmog on there. Oh my god, am I gonna fuck myself over for a transmog? I need to be 60. But then once we're 60, we'd have it. I need it, guys. I need it. I'm doing it. Ah, it's locked because 60. You have to be 60 to buy it. Damn it. Well, that's probably a good thing. We need the powers. But I would have totally done it. Is this considered a... Oh, no. I guess I should be stunning them. I like that one. And what's that? Oh, I don't have enough. That sounded really good. I would have gotten it. Ooh, I like the healing aspect, but it's only for 5%. I don't know. Actually, it's just these two I like anyway, so we'll get them both. Okay.
You struck a hard bargain. Good shot.
Okay. Did I...
All goods and services for sale.
Okay, repaired. And what's this talent? It's not something that's gonna benefit me right now. So, I need something that's gonna benefit me, not the party. There is no party. Maybe that one. I doubt that's one we'd keep later on for our actual build, but it's good for now. Because it gives us a little bit of armor when I use it. Oh, this guy. I always kind of hated this guy, too. Okay. I'm confident, guys. I'm confident. Okay. Those are the items I still need. But looks like I got the mount, all the pets. Well, that box of rattling chains, what is that, a toy? Yeah, I think that sounds like a toy. I need the toy. Okay. Do this. Oh god, he is gonna destroy me. We barely did anything to him. Oh my goodness. How much health he got off. Tiny bit. I don't like it. I don't like it, guys. It's not looking great. And I'm not gonna sit here and farm this guy. I'm just saying, like, if he can't go down, if we take a death, even one death, I'm out of here. Because he is not going down very fast. Ugh. I hate the ones you gotta cast. Ugh, God. It's like, I think we can kill him, but it'd be so goddamn slow. Just saying. Oh my god, I hate stuns. I hate. Ugh, I didn't want to use that on a little guy. But... leave me alone, buddy. Leave me alone! Ugh. Oh, there's two. No! No! No, 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 no. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, game. Leave me alone. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, I'm good, guys. No. Get me out of here. Ugh. Little bitch. Oh, no, no, I don't like it. Okay. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I got him. Oof. And then the thing shows up. What the fuck? Right at the end when he goes down? that was a rough fight, man. I felt like it was Shadowlands all over again there. I don't think that's the point of this. Yeah. Okay. Final score 24. Okay, we just leave, right? We got some renown. I looted, right? Yeah. Finish your run. Yeah, it's done.
There is a price for my aid.
Okay. I did say a bar, but the only thing is I had a quest to do it. I don't know if you would always have the quest. Yeah. If you always have the quest, then yeah. Because that's the only thing that gave us that bar. And stupid me, I should have put the fucking buff on. To be fair, I had a system with that buff. I was gonna wait till after the interview when we really level. I didn't think that it was gonna take that long. I would have popped it. I would have popped it when we entered the tour gas. Yeah, I really thought it was gonna be some 5-minute adventure.
We will speak again, if necessary.
Okay, anywho. Yeah. Thanks for sticking around for that, guys. My apologies for holding off our video for so long. But... yeah, so what's this quest that I got as a follow-up? Oh, to go back into Ouroboros? Okay. So I'm just gonna get us... and do you port me or anything? No?
Shall we discuss terms?
Yeah? Okay. I'll just walk outside. So I'm just gonna get myself into Ouroboros, and then I will, I'll get our video going. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna log right out. I'm doing some Children's Week storyline so I can get that done for points for the trading post thing. Can you do that all in one day? Because I've been struggling to have time to get in there and do Children's Week. But I was thinking maybe Sunday, but I was going to cram it all in a day, hopefully. Very last minute. Last day of the event. I have everything except for the new stuff. So it's really just, does the new pets, can you get all 3 of those new pets, like, all in the same day? Oh, I got it. Unmute. Okay, just turn up a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna swap our screens. The drops will still be running, so you should still be able to get your drops during this. Okay. And yes, all in same day, easy. Cool. Not that Sunday's a great day. I got a lot of news to cover. But it's the best day I got because I stream, Monday to Saturday. None of those streams are Children's Week streams, and yeah. Is my camera too small or is it good? Does it look too small on your guys' end? I see the window like smaller because I have chat and the screen, and yeah. It's good. Okay. And hello, Pugs. How's it going? You're just in time. I just swapped from the game to the interview. So we're now gonna watch all the shit we were bitching about yesterday. Get some confirmation. See if I was out of line or if I was, me out of line. We're never out of line, right? But, see if there's, something that makes it horrible. Oh yeah, let me get my debate hat on. Right. I know we debate so much in this chat, but you know what? I like that we can, some of us are on the same page, some of us are not, and it doesn't kill the mood, you know how it is. Like when people disagree, it's my way or the highway, and I guess I help with that because it's generally the streamer that would create that environment, right? But I do like that, I don't have people that disagree with me and then we never see them again, right? Yeah. Because, I'm just going to say, I have a lot of, well, they're good takes for me, but there might be bad takes for you. My debate hat is a cold beer. That works. I should get a cold beer. We're good for at least the beginning of this. We'll start it up, but in the middle, I may BRB for a beer or something. It is 40 minutes, so. Okay. Let's do this.
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about...
You hear it good, or does it need to be louder?
And then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max. I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
Good. Okay.
And I'm Ian Hazikostas, game director on WoW, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Very excited to be here. So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff.
He's like
One
so
of the
cute,
features
Drat
that
knows.
We're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when, without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of
get
players.
right into
And
it.
we're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation, you can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button.
Can you imagine?
That would want to give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression naturally.
Great.
But the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything.
It's
like
like I
just,
could see
coordination.
it right now if he hadn't just said what he said. You know, some raid leader being like, "You know what? You're sucking today. I think it's time to turn on your one button rotate." Yeah.
Show you what your next button is.
But you know what? You had a point that I was not fully paying attention to yesterday, Miss Bugaboo. And that is that this is DPS only, right? Yesterday when I was talking about it, I was thinking everything, right? I was thinking single button auto rotate for DPS, for healer, for tank, but I do believe it is DPS only. Yeah. Which, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to think would I have used it on my healer. You know, I don't use healing add-ons though, so I don't think I would have. I've gone all these years healing the like old school way. So yeah. Yeah, so if I haven't picked up add-ons for my healer, I doubt it I would have ever used this for a healer. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Achille add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that.
Hey, Tristan. We're watching the interview that Ian did. It's going over some UI changes that will go into effect in the next patch. One button won't stop people from standing in the bad. Exactly. Yeah, you're still going to have to follow mechanics, I was thinking that last night too after stream. Like, don't get me wrong, I still agree with everything I said last night. But the reality is they still are gonna need to learn how to do mechanics. So it's not gonna solve them completely. It's not a 100% the game is playing it for you, but or that button is playing the game for you. They are still going to have to learn what to do. And it's like, in that case, you're already going to have to learn the mechanics. You could have just learned your rotation. Like, your rotation should be number one before you even think of stepping into group content, Oh god, not another round of UI changes. What the fuck? Yeah, I know they're always doing UI. These ones are involving add-ons, Tristan. These are ones that have riled up the community a bit. And the one button does have a GCD, so it won't be so bad. Yeah, I think that is good that at least exists, because I'm just gonna say, if someone, I've been playing my balance druid for a long ass time, and I am good at the balance druid. If I am in a raid and someone using that ability is out DPSing me, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, just saying, I am gonna be pissed. So yay for that global cooldown, because that allows a person who knows their class and knows the rotation to still outdo the person using that. So yeah, I think that's the only possible saving grace on it right now. Yeah. I will also say that rotation assist in Heckley should be used to learn, not as a, oh my god, I'll just push the flashing button. Exactly. To be fair, they should all be used to learn, Like, if you're gonna use them, like, their, point is you should eventually get rid of them. Yeah. Yeah. I said it, well, I kind of put it in text in my video today, which was the clip from last night's stream. But I said that shit, I lost my train of thought. I don't know what I said. I don't know what I said. My bad, guys. I lost my train of thought. I got too many things going on in my head right now. And Pug says, so I was right. Right about the... which part, Pugs? I will like the rotation assist for my alts that I don't do much on, but can't see myself using the one button at all. I think worst case scenario, you use it if you're, new to the class, I guess, and just get an idea of the rotation, right? And yeah, I still think you should look at guides and stuff. Like I'd like to see how this all works, because like, are they gonna change this every time, the tier set changes, or there are different environments where you use different rotations, right? And, do they know the talents you got in? Do they know AoE versus single target? Like, it'll be interesting to see if it knows the environments, That's why I think it's best you learn, because your rotation is different depending on what you're attacking. So, yeah. Wait, will this be mandatory to use? No, I believe it is optional. It 100% is optional, yeah, because no advanced player will touch that. They know their rotation, and they're never gonna take the global cooldown for it. So yeah, completely optional, Tristan. So far, this doesn't sound all that bad. We're early in, Pugs. Early in. Paused at the 2-minute mark. And I always look at guides too, Miss Bugaboo. And that's even with me knowing my druid, It's always good to kind of know what's working better for someone else that maybe you didn't know about, right? Like, yeah. Things change constantly, and WoW.
The players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts of it, right? Like the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, there's a lot going on within a particular class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like as a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level of this.
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty.
I'm just gonna say I did, and maybe this is what I was gonna say earlier, but in the video that I posted today on the channel, I did a little text. Sometimes I add texts to things, if I didn't actually say it. And one of the things that I said was that they should just have a little training ground, I think that would be better, kind of like the target dummies, except it's a full-on training ground. And then the game can still show you how to do it. It's just not like, it seems so body, like, yeah. That's what I was thinking too, Badger Brick, that it could be the first step for console WoW, for sure. Yeah. Because this is, I think about the times that I played D3 on console. Very, very simplistic with the keys, and yeah. And if that ever happens, which it, probably will, I will say, like, D3, I always preferred to play on PC. The movement was still crap. The aim sucked on the console. Like, yeah. Yeah, the Proving Grounds would be a great one, just add the extra, because clearly they feel like some hand-holding needs to be done here, right? So, fine. If that's what needs to be done, just have something like the Proving Grounds, and then, there's like a little tutorial or something based on your spec. And it just kind of guides you that one time, and then you learn it, Yeah. Because another thing I mentioned in today's video was that people will just keep it on all the time. There are people that don't want to learn how to play the game. They just want the goodies in the game. And they will just never even attempt to learn. They'll just keep that button at all times. Yeah.
Be quick. You got a bunch of Warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. We've never played the spec seriously before. Can be a pretty serious.
I just noticed we're in
for some
the
people,
dark.
this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommending what the next ability is isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of, like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target dummy, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got like a 30-minute checklist.
I like how the example is raids. It's like, so we're doing this not for the player that's doing like solo content or anything. Yeah, another thing I mentioned in today's video, but yeah, I love how it is very focused around the end game player. I think I'll try and 11 delve with it just for laughs, right?
Okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago, I got to rebind that. And then I got to go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and oh, here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have this is a way to jump in to some content to do with your friends and have it work out nice and easily. One thing that jumps out to me is that a lot of the content I'd want to do would be like delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets, and is it going to cast my Arcane Explosion instead of my Arcane Blast, or is it just always going to be a single
That's
target?
what I was saying.
It's not just single target.
Right.
There is some sense of how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, etc. And so that will affect the recommendations. Again, the goal is not optimal. The goal is not like this is gonna okay, everyone.
You know what I think they should do? I think they should not allow it in current expansion, but allow it prior to that. And then you learn it, and then when you get into current, you can't touch it. It's like Frozen or something.
Everyone's always going to get perfect parses and so forth going forward, but as a baseline, this should be, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hakila useful today.
Or at least
And really,
max
a lot of
level.
this, building on the foundations of the cooldown manager that just came out in 11.1.5, kind of reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel like they need to seek out these third-party resources just to play the game at like a baseline effective level in competitive content. And us asking, like, is that where we want the game to be in the long term, and what can we do to build in native solutions to many of these problems?
Like the base construct of it, there is this will help you learn what you're supposed to do if you are new. And then there is hey, I don't want to be the best player at this game. That's totally fine. I play it for...
You got a point there, Badger, with the LFR. Yeah, it'll be everyone. Yeah. I can't wait to see that, actually, because you know it will be everyone. LFR is for people who don't, they either can't get into a raid group or they just don't have the time to raid, right? So you're going to have, LFR has always been, the less advanced raiders, right? The, kind of like going into a dungeon or something. So yeah, that'll be interesting. On a plus side, there'll be no, sometimes LFR can be rough because of people not knowing what they're doing. So yeah, that should take that. But then you'd have the global. Like, I think that global cooldown will really fuck a person over using that. I'm glad that that is one of the restrictions. Yeah.
For a different reason, I want to collect things. I want to like understand the story. I want to quest. I want to level, right? And I don't want to feel like I can go into any content and I just don't really know what I'm doing. I feel anxious about that. Like you have the ability to just be like, okay, well at least Blizzard's got me. I can have something at a base level where I can press one button and just kind of hang out and play the game. I have one question about the actual rotational thing. So is that going to like change with talents? So like, let's say, is it going to work off the base talent build, or let's say you select a talent that now moves a AoE button into your single target rotation? Is it going to be smart enough or planned to be smart enough to incorporate a bunch of different potential talent builds?
The goal is that it's aware of your talents, and the logic is conditional based on what you do or don't have talented. As with, this is going to be something that continues to evolve. We may not have every single possible permutation accounted for in the version that we roll out with, but it should still be very useful in that form to everyone, and we'll just get refined from there. Similar to the cooldown manager that we know is like, that is a first take.
You know that tanks and healers are gonna, like, want this. Right? Like, you can't just put this out for DPS players and then, yeah, tank and heal casuals, people that don't know their tanks and heals that well are gonna ask for this. That is the next upcoming thing. Yeah. It's like, I wonder, did they just do it for the DPS as an intention to only do it? Were they not really thinking about this? Yeah.
At this, we have plans to add much more customization, much more functionality to that over time as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a really exciting feature individually. The thing that's most exciting to me is in the broader context of the cooldown manager, of all these other edit mode changes that have come out. There was a time 5 years ago in WoW where if you were just getting into the game, there was an intimidating list of these are the add-ons that you need, and if you're not using these, you're kind of worse, right? Like you're noticeably worse. If you can't track your group members' major cooldown, right? Like you're worse at Mythic Plus than somebody who is, right? And it seems like the goal that has been accomplished with a lot of these things that have been coming into the base UI is you can use those add-ons if you want, but we now have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal here, right? Like, add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available at their fingertips.
It's like why did it take so long?
That is part of WoW's success, and we don't question or want to undermine that for a moment. At the same time, like as you said, ideally it is about what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do? What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you must download? Or if you ask people, hey, how can I get better? I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on, otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of, how we're thinking about the role of add-ons in WoW. As we can probably all agree, today, there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period. We would like to get away from that.
Weak auras.
I think I'd love to see a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI. You can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are, just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better than anything the UI could natively provide you, as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us into like raid bosses, where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be anywhere. They could
Sitting
be
beside you.
Hey man, I am the like number one. Let's just YOLO this. Let's just do the fight. Let's make it work. And then sometimes it gets to let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved with that. I would definitely be. I think a lot of the rating community would be pretty for that. I think a well-designed mechanic that the game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically. A lot of the times the community will just use one because it's like what everyone else uses. It gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the race to world first, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
Going back to, Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey, can we automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day about that. Yeah. No. I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. It is funny. Like when I do that now, I think, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah, that's sweet. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder also about those kind of mechanics. So like what bosses have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been defined by when we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a weak aura. Something like Brood Twister or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first ones, right? And those mechanics, I feel like, could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding. You've raided for a really long time. What do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out those things? Like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them? Do you have to like go back into like a more simple version of that? Do you find other ways to make fights difficult? There's obviously a bunch of ways to do that.
The way we design encounters has been influenced in significant ways by the way players use add-ons. I know, the community sometimes speculates that, this was built clearly to require an add-on. I can say that's never the case. No encounter designer is ever sitting around saying, all right, we're going to make this mechanic, and then players will write this weak aura to solve it this way. All right, mission accomplished, let's ship the boss. But when we're thinking about the overall pacing of a fight, the tuning, we might get feedback on a fight that it feels like there isn't enough going on, when in actuality, there are 4 or 5 mechanics going on, but add-ons are largely compartmentalizing and making it so that most players don't have to think about them most of the time. And then players give us feedback that, hey, this fight felt a little bit slow, like I was just punching the boss for 3 minutes. And so then maybe we add another mechanic in the next iteration of that or a similar encounter. We get to a higher overall complexity space where, there's just, you look at the dungeon journal and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and maybe half of it doesn't even matter because add-ons are going to handle it for you. I think that's not a great place for things to land. It also definitely ties our hands in some ways. Like, I think we do fewer coordination mechanics than we used to. Like, there used to be, like, if you look at old school WoW days, there were encounters where, like, the primary challenge for your raid was by design coordinating some rotation. And the execution beyond that wasn't super complicated, but making sure that this thing stayed soaked, or that, you know, you were rotating people through with their debuff or whatever, that became a big.
See, I still kind of raid old school. Like, yes, I have my add-ons because he's right. Nowadays, you have to have some add-ons. You just will never be invited into raid groups if you don't have them. But I do look at the journal. I do look at video guides, which you guys have seen me post in the Discord like every patch. You know, we usually who is it that we use? So 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. So somewhere around there. but yeah, so I still like to figure out the mechanics. You know, I don't solely rely on the add-ons. I honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you have to have them, you know, a lot of raid groups require them, I wouldn't have any, honestly. Yeah.
Part of the fight's challenge. Now we know ultimately that, like, that can never be the
I've
thing
never
early on
liked
for
the
challenge,
combat
because
ones.
It's going to be solved, and it's not going to be solved through what we think of as the more just interesting MMOE, like communication, cooperation, figuring out systems for having these things work in a way that feels collaborative. It's going to be downloading the weak aura pack, setting it up appropriately, maybe having 3 or 4 frustrating wipes because there was a typo in the configuration, which is that's not what I think anyone really wants raiding to be. And so we move away from making those mechanics as much, and lean more on things that add-ons can't solve for you, like moving out of a swirly under your feet with only a little bit of time to respond. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that more and more of our fights have those sorts of just like twitch reaction avoidance mechanics, whereas that used to be one type of fight that we did. The design space is definitely constrained by the knowledge that, you know, if we lean on it too heavily, it's just going to get trivialized.
Some of my favorite WoW raid boss memories are bosses like Mythic Unat, Mythic Anduin. You know, you have to spread out and then you get these marks and you have to go to the right places. And there used to be definitely a library of mechanics like that, where you would get them and then you'd have to think and you'd have to have like a system, and you'd have to have 20 players sort of coordinate and become one team that does a mechanic like that. And the fact now that add-ons take on much of that job of coordinating us, I think that almost all the Mythic Raiders I know would be delighted to move back to a world where we did that in our brains, right? But in Dragonflight, we saw a little bit of an attempt to make that happen, right, with the private aura system. And what ended up happening was we still had the weak aura, but now we also have a macro that we need to press, and then the weak aura will assign us the same thing. So I'm a little bit worried, how's the arms race between the, you know, the weak aura devs trying to come up with a new way around the restriction that you're putting in? Is this just a further escalation in that?
Hopefully not. I think our goal here is kind of disarmament and definitely not further escalation. I think we understand that if we, you know, we're not going to try more little targeted things like that are going to encourage workarounds, and it just ends up with this back and forth. Because yeah, if there is a way to solve a complex mechanic, but you have to jump through a couple of more hoops to do so, you'll do that, and then just be more annoyed by the process. Our goal is to try to, you know, get out of that space entirely. And so I think down the line eventually, that may mean, I think, you know, some broader restrictions on specifically what information add-ons have access to about combat events in real time. At the same time, we know that that's not a thing that we could just do right now without providing a lot more on our end, both in terms of, you know, just UI type functionality, but also looking at how we're designing some encounters, how some of our classes work. You know, I think there are tons of add-ons that are healthy and valuable and really important to how players play the game that do rely on that flow of information. Everything from something as simple as damage meters to, like, you know, honestly, boss time, like ability timelines, like the DBM style, like when is this next ability going to fire, that people have basically been raiding with forever. That's not the like computational weak auras. That's just, hey, this ability is going to happen in 15 seconds. Like, we want to build in our own version of that. Like, I think like down the line, we'd love to see a place where there is a boss timeline as just part of the encounter UI. And that's not something you need an add-on for. And that way we can hopefully eventually get to a point where we're really just cutting out the weak aura that solves the mechanic for you, but not the informational stuff that you feel like, it really feels like the game should have been telling you all along, where add-ons are, admittedly, kind of filling in some gaps there.
Okay, so coming in 11.1.7, we're going to have the rotation helper, those two options. What of the rest of this initiative, is any of the rest of this in 11.1.7, or are we just starting the conversation now?
I think there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. I think, we've seen the cooldown manager and then the rotation assist coming. I think down the line, it's some of the stuff that I touched on. I don't have specific patch dates right now, but we are looking at damage meters. We're looking at nameplate improvements. We are looking at, like a raid encounter information presentation that shows you timeline of boss abilities coming up. Things in that general space. I think we're looking at all the places where players say right now, you need this weak aura, you need this add-on to be competitive, and asking ourselves, like, how do we change our game to make that not the case? And some of that's going to be add-on functionality, or UI functionality. Other aspects are going to be looking at how we're building some encounters or how some class mechanics work. Like, I think it's super fair to point at some specs, like, let's say Outlaw Rogue, who I know are easy one to pick on in some of these ways, and ask, like, how is anyone really supposed to execute this perfectly with the base UI? Almost any time we're tracking like stacks of a buff, and you need to make a decision where it's like, if you're between 4 and 7 stacks, you should do this, otherwise don't. Those are not reasonable tests for us to be posing to our players without providing them the information to do it correctly. And so we need to either provide the information, simplify the mechanic, or both.
There are a lot of players who love the version of Outlaw Rogue that has existed over the past few years. So I think there's always some fear when this discussion starts up of, is the answer going to be to simplify everything? And I think it's really exciting to hear instead that the answer is, okay, we'll maybe simplify some of these huge outliers, but we're going to bring in the functionality that makes it so that instead of needing to download a weak aura to solve this, right? Instead of needing to have a complicated assistant tell you, now you're supposed to press this button, now you're supposed to press this button, instead we're going to provide that information in a more clear way than looking at the top right of your screen to see your buffs and trying to catch the rotation buff between all the other 20 that are changing in combat.
That's definitely the goal. I think we want World of Warcraft to be as approachable as possible, but we also love that the skill ceiling in the game is as incredibly high as it is. That allows for tons of differentiation and self-expression and accomplishment. But I think, a lot of, at its core, a lot of skill in WoW, I think, boils down to multitasking ability. And like even just, you might be able to do amazing damage just testing it against a target dummy. Very different world when you're also in an encounter and need to do 3 mechanics at the same time. And we see, tunnel visioning DPS are a meme for a reason, right? They're just focused on their rotation, and whoops, they just messed up the encounter mechanic, or vice versa. Someone who is good at mechanics, but their DPS goes off a cliff. Really, like, the function of a lot of these add-ons is to offload a portion of that computational complexity. And we recognize, like, if we are removing some of that functionality, we're providing more information, we can probably remove a couple of mechanics, but still keep the same level of challenge. The goal is not to make it easier. The goal is to make it less complex. And I think that's, I think there's a key distinction there, because I think it often can sound like, oh, this is about, this might be about dumbing down the game or simplifying things. It's not that. It's about trying to create a more approachable baseline experience that still has every bit as much room for differentiation.
When you were talking about add-ons that things have been in the game, been inspired by it, you mentioned a damage meter.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in just what your view is, philosophy-wise, about damage meters in games like this.
That's a great question, and I think ultimately we have to be guided by what our community prefers and what we see them doing today. The single most popular add-on used across the entire game is a damage meter by like a fair margin.
I think the damage meter should have been there all along, honestly. And I also think that they waited too long for this. You know how many add-ons they're going to have to implement if this is like the road they're trying to go down? Yeah, it's not just like 5 add-ons or anything.
Margin.
Okay.
The majority of players.
Like, what's going to end up happening is the game is just going to be cluttered with all these options eventually. And all I ever hear, because I don't really use it myself, but the edit mode, all I ever hear is people bitching about how it's not operating properly, you know? Like, yeah, I still use my old add-ons that I used before edit mode came into play, so I don't really do a whole lot with that feature. But it's all gonna be tied into there. And like hell, I've done a couple of videos that I did because of issues with edit mode. You know? Yeah. Their damage meter probably won't show all the info that an add-on DPS meter exactly. You know, I think in the end, it's going to be kind of like how I am right now. You know, like I just told you guys, I don't really use the edit mode. There are going to be people like myself that will still use the add-ons they've been using all these years. It's the same thing with, in edit mode, they pretty much have a bartender. I still use bartender. You see it on my bars every time I stream. You know, like, yeah, there's just so much that they'd have to implement it almost perfectly and exactly how the add-on is. Because not only will you not see certain things, like you said, but these are people who are used to using these add-ons for multiple years. They're not just gonna swap unless it's real damn perfect and pretty much a replica, you know? It's the same with that cooldown. The cooldown that they just implemented, I don't use that. I got it disabled. I'm still using my cooldown add-on. You know? And also, I think there was a lot of issues with that one as well. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
The large majority of players have a damage meter add-on installed. And so that indicates that people want to see that information, at least about themselves. We definitely want more nuanced measures of success and understanding, like how successful were you or how much did you contribute on this run, highlighting things like interrupts, highlighting things like avoidable damage to give a fuller picture of performance. But at the end of the day, you know, I think for someone who's trying a new spec, trying a new talent build, getting a new trinket, and they want to see like how did this affect my performance compared to the last run, that's an important piece of information to have. And so I think, you know, we know that in any world where we were going to limit some of the ability of add-ons to, like, again, do that real-time combat event tracking, we would need to provide a damage meter solution of our own. And I think one of the exciting things is, I think if we're doing that on our end, we can also have it be server authoritative, so you're not worried about like who's in a different combat phase, who's out of range, or whatever. Yeah. It could just be like, this is official and going to be accurate all the time.
We're obviously...
I'm just going to say, like, these guys aren't too worried because they run with the same people all the time. They know damn straight that no one in their group is going to be using this crap, right? My issue here would be, you know, because, like, you know, I pug a lot of shit, right? And when I go into an M+, I want to know that that key is actually going to complete. You know, I think there should be a detector somehow that you know if someone's been using it. You know, we need an add-on built that's going to tell me if someone was using it prior to them joining that dungeon. Because with that global cooldown, you know, yes, it's a positive in some aspects, you know, because it means that most people will not keep using that. But what if that person, like, goes into an M+ in a pug group and, you know, that's a rip key. That's a rip key on, like, yeah. Sometimes it's like that one, you know, sometimes it has to be like kind of perfect damage on that last boss, everyone doing as much as they possibly can to beat it, right? You know? Yeah. I don't know. I still see issues.
Mostly thinking about Mythic Raid when our brains go to how this is going to affect things, but the overwhelming majority of players are in, you know, heroic raids, normal raids, raid finder raids, doing Mythic Plus dungeons, right? When we're talking about making these changes to what WeakAuras can do, is there an appetite for changing how heroic and normal raids function as well? Like, do we see these problems in there as well for what add-ons can do and how they solve things?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it all trickles down, right? I mean, I think maybe even more, a larger percentage of players doing Mythic Raid might use specific weak aura packs than, let's say, normal. But those add-ons are used by the majority of players right now, and certainly other, boss mods are as well. And I think a lot of it just comes down to, what are the coordination challenges that we're presenting? If there's something that everyone is relying on a tool right now to assist with, we would have to change it to still keep it the same level of challenging, but without that same automation assistance. And that can take many forms. It can be there's one or two fewer things to soak. You have an extra couple of seconds to actually spread out on the fly. It's a pretty common mechanic of all right, 3 people get a debuff and they just have to run out in different directions from each other. People have been just kind of playing the game and doing those for years and years. But of course, if you can if the time you're given to react is so tight that you can't afford to do that, then people do gravitate towards, all right, we're going to put diamond, circle, and triangle on the ground. Everyone's going to get an auto-assigned marker, and you just know, I'm going to run to my marker to guarantee that it's executed correctly. I think it's a bit more interesting if we give you a couple of seconds so that you can look around and make sure you're not running in the same direction, and then do the exact same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, raiding in particular, but group PvE, group PvP too. In an MMO, a huge portion of, I think, the fun of it is just coordination, communication, feeling like everyone's working together to overcome some challenge in front of them. And I think getting back into a space where there's room for more of that organic collaboration, as opposed to it just being regimented and solved by an external tool, I think will open up a lot of design avenues for the game going forward.
Throughout the last couple years, especially in Mythic Plus, that had been ramping in complexity, you've seen, and actually if you can go back, you can see the amount of things that people have in their UI to help them know that something's happening. So back in Power Auras, it was, there was just some giant, some giant face on your screen would pop up, and that meant that something procced. And then it's gotten more, refined. And now, even in it's been ramping the past couple of years. You see you listen to someone's POV who's doing High Mythic Plus right now. You're going to hear AoE, dodge, frontal, circle.
Yep.
It's just every bit of audio aid.
Stream always hears frontal.
Optimal, it's not required. And especially
that's the one that shows up on my stream all the time.
As an intentional design point, it seems at least. I think you might have made a post about that. So that stuff is less required, but people have kind of already baked that in the UI. Is that something that you're looking to either have an ability to have that in the game, or is that something you don't want to have happen, where it's more you're organically doing mechanics because you see them, or are you okay with all of the audio and visual aids that exist currently within add-ons?
I think the answer is mixed there. I think audio prompts are something that are super valuable to people. That's something we want to continue to add support for on our end as well. We know we've got feedback we got.
I personally like the audio. I have different reasons for liking it. I do stream, and sometimes, sometimes I get a little off track and I'm kind of focused on you guys. So if the audio is there, then it's that extra, get the fuck out type, if I'm, not 100% paying attention, I guess. So yeah, I like the audio. It's, I actually like the audio more than I like the visuals. Because that's the major thing I pay attention to. Yeah, it's, there's certain content where I'll mute and play my music and stuff, but raids isn't one of those because I'm always in voice, right? Whether I'm streaming, in which case we're not running music because copyright, I like to make everything a video. And, and then, if I'm raiding off stream, I'm in voice with the raid team, right? So yeah, it's sometimes I guess I'll have my music running, a little off topic, I guess. but still, point is, I like the audio coming over. Yeah.
Gotten around the 11.1.5 cooldown manager would be that many people would appreciate being able to have audio prompts tied to certain things, or procs firing, and that's something they would miss about weak auras. We want to make sure that we're offering that kind of thing as well. Beyond that, I think a lot of what we've seen is, frankly, us not doing a sufficiently good job of telegraphing the importance of certain mechanics and their impact, and players needing to come up with solutions for them externally. Ideally, there's a concept that we call affordance, which is basically just how well is something telegraphed, how intuitive is it with visual presentation, and ideally, the affordance of a mechanic should match its impact. And sometimes, yeah, if you have a random mob in a dungeon pack that has a frontal that will just delete you if you're not getting out of the way of it, and it's just one thing going on among a half dozen other things, why? And why? Like, how could we call that out better with visuals, with a longer cast time, with how we're creating the pack in the first place? And that's just one example of one of the areas in which we know we can do better. Something else we've talked about on the UI front is we would want the ability to, on our end, flag mob casts in Mythic Plus as like lethal, as like this should be a high priority interrupt, because we know players are going to basically look to solve that anyway. If there are 3 casters in a pack, and 2 of them it's actually kind of okay to let them free cast, but one of them, if they ever get a cast off, you're probably going to wipe. They shouldn't all just look indistinguishable on your screen, and us expect you to figure that out on your own.
They did that in season 1, right? Wasn't there like a couple casts or like super giga you die death volley or something?
Yeah.
And they had this big animation.
Our Kara casters where they hunker down, there's green glowy stuff around them, and they're casting a volley, and you're like, all right, I gotta kick that.
You can be playing WoW for 2 days, and you're like,
That's not happening,
that can't happen. Yes.
But I'm looking forward to an M+ then, where if we're talking about maybe taking away my ability to air horn myself on a certain cast, something like that, if instead I have to be now looking at a mob and there is a sort of a visual language that I can come to expect, like if the mob is hunkering down and it's got particle effects around it, that means I gotta kick it. I think that would be more fun for everybody as well, rather than having the air horns be the solution.
Definitely.
That is entirely our hope, right? I think, and to be super clear, I think we see the taking away part, the restricting functionality, as the end of this long road. I think we know, we want to make it very clear, we're not sitting here being like, all right, we want you to play the game the way we intended, and we're going to take away your tools. We just want to bridge that gap. And we have a lot of work to do on our end to keep building up more improvements, more functionality. And it's not just the UI. The VFX changes that you mentioned are a part of that overall effort of us asking, what are the places where players feel like they need add-ons to succeed? Why is that the case? And when it's like, it's not clear when you're standing in something, and so I need, GTFO or some other, sound effect to let me know that I'm standing in something lethal, it should be obvious. Let's fix that on our end. And we know we want to keep chipping away at those things, and hopefully eventually get to a point where really the only difference between what we are offering and what powerful add-ons can do is that small subset of like computational problem-solving stuff, at which point we can move forward.
So throughout the evolution of private auras, we've seen, initially when they came out, they were like kind of, a lot of friction.
I feel like it is obvious when you have to move out of something. The only time I'm like iffy is if it's a boss that the pool that you're moving out of is like the same color as other shit, that then it gets a little iffy. But for the most part, if there's fire on the ground, yes, there's been some times when you go and soak it instead of moving out of it, but for the most part, you move out of it. Like, more times than not, you are moving out of it rather than soaking it. But, yeah, I've never found that part difficult, honestly. Yeah, I don't even really listen to my add-on during those, because I just know to move out of it.
Friction was involved, and then I think they were done really, really well in a couple of cases, starting in Emirdrasil, where they were a mechanic like P1 Fire Act. You had the circles you had to quickly spread out for. They were pretty fast, but they were too fast to use a macro for it, and it basically forced the players into something they would have used a weak aura for, to just do the mechanic normally. And like, are there lessons you've learned there of like, this is actually how we can design mechanics or kind of assignment things going forward? And then also,
I think they are right about the speed, though, because, like, I'm on a druid. I'm pretty good at getting out of the stuff fast enough. But there's been times where I'm, like, writing, and I'll sit there and I'll be like, you know what? I'm so glad I'm not that character, because that character always dies and never makes it, Yeah.
is this, if done successfully, would this also remove private auras as what would have been, I guess, kind of a temporary solution to the weak aura problem?
Yeah, we've definitely learned a lot from how private auras have rolled out. Certainly, we understand that if we're ever using it on something that like is on a long enough time frame that macros are going to let you solve it, and it's punishing enough to not solve it, all we're doing is creating an extra annoying hoop to jump through, and we like hotfixed off the private aura designation from some of those back in Amir Drasil, and we've let that shape how and where we use or don't use it going forward. And so yeah, I think examples like the Furak mechanic that you mentioned are ones where like when we know that everyone is in a level playing field, everyone just has to play the game, play the mechanic. We can tune it accordingly so that it's hard but doable. We'd like to be able to do more of that for sure.
Yeah, I see the Furak first intermission, which was a private aura and then had to get hotfixed off of the private aura, as sort of a cautionary tale for if there's a mechanic that is only doable with the weak aura assignments, and then we take away that without giving an adequate replacement, then it's worse than doing nothing at all. What would a mechanic like that look like in a world where we don't have a computational solution to it, right? Would it be slower and fewer sets of like lower damage numbers on these things?
I think probably a bit of all of that. There's multiple knobs there. There's, on Mythic we might default to like everyone in today's world, everyone in the raid has to participate in this, and there's enough things to be soaked that if anyone isn't doing it, it's not going to work out. Versus maybe shifting to a world where there's a little bit more slush, things are a little bit slower, there's a little bit more time to react, to get into place organically based on which buff you were assigned, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, our goal here is to preserve challenge, and we know that we'd have to design encounters differently in some cases to deliver roughly the same level of challenge in terms of how many pull counts it takes, just what progression looks like while living in a different mechanical world. And I know that when we talk about restricting any kind of add-on functionality, many players very rightly, kind of reflexively say or ask, well, how am I supposed to do this boss in this tier without my weak aura? That would be impossible. And the reality is, if you couldn't use that weak aura, that mechanic would be designed or tuned differently. We would have ended up nerfing it right away or designing it differently over the course of even just PTR testing. And so that's like any future design in this space will have to be built from the ground up with that in mind. And I think it's making it a little bit more forgiving in a way that makes the challenge human rather than superhuman, as it often is when we're looking at like cutting edge mythic tuned things. Because you guys are really good at the game, as it turns out, and we want to make a boss that is going to pose a challenge and is going to take you.
I was just going to say something along those lines, is that it seems like a battle that just never ends because, back in the day, the add-ons came into play. They kind of, they started building their raids around it. Then they realized add-ons were getting better, being created better, and that they had to create tougher bosses because the add-ons would make them easier. And now it's just like a constant, and I think that's where a lot of the tuning comes from, because it's a constant battle of the team trying to make the boss tough enough so that the add-on isn't making it super easy. And yeah, it's just a war, right? It's just like a war between add-ons and what they think the boss should feel like, especially for Mythic. Yeah. And then there is also the fact, he just said that, these are people who have been raiding, high-end content for a long time. So they're on a whole other level than, the average player. And yeah, and then so it's partially being, the bosses are being crafted specifically for those kind of people, but then also with the add-ons. And yeah, I don't know how they ever will solve it, honestly. Yeah.
Dozens of attempts, let alone 100 plus to beat. We do have to take into account the fact that not just you, but every Mythic raid guild that's going to follow in your footsteps are going to be using these tools. And at the end of the day, I think players do want challenging bosses. That if, we just tuned the boss around none of those things, players used all those tools and they went in and like a late mythic boss was dying in a single night for like, you know, a cutting edge guild, rank 500 or whatever, that probably doesn't match what they're looking to get out of mythic rating, in my estimation. And so like our goal is to keep the same overall level of challenge while paring down the complexity a little bit.
Even if you look at the history of bosses this would have affected, you actually, even looking at Mythic Plus, something where the complexity has gone down from pack to pack in this patch, but the reality is you can still find challenge in it because it's infinitely scaling, and there, you will get to a point where it's doing too much damage to you, or the amount of damage you need to do is too high. There's been Mythic bosses that have been simple mechanically, but have been unbelievably difficult, and that's been true all the way down the guild ranks. It's not something that's just nerfed by gear, like Sludge Fist, Kaiveza, where you've created really intricate problems to solve where weak auras basically didn't matter. Halandris, you actually put a bomb timer very clearly in the game around the bomb. You did not need a weak aura for one of the hardest bosses ever, right? It's more just basically the solution for these weak auras has been just a very specific kind of assignment mechanic that is just like, oh, it's just so much easier to do this, right? You could build in a lot of that computational stuff in game to where even if weak auras existed, you would find people just being like, I don't know, the game just kind of does it. We have players that don't use audio sounds in weak aura packs because on bosses like Skarn, on most other bosses, there's like either an in-game sound for when the bombs are actually activating or a voice line. We have 2 players in our guild that use very minimal weak auras, and they literally listen to voice lines for when mechanics are going to happen, and it's extremely accurate, right? So I think a lot of these things are already built into the base.
That's how I do it.
Choosing like when and how to apply them.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think your example, going back to Nathri of Sludge Fist, I think is a great one, right? Like a lot of that was
like I have deadly boss mods, I guess, but
and just
like
learning like how to react to these situations when chained to different partners and dodging the stuff. And people were in enough situations over enough time, they kind of develop that muscle memory, that sense of planning, and eventually your guild as a whole overcomes the challenge. Compared to, let's say, the Stone Legion generals that came after it, a couple of issues there, but like one of the central mechanics that was being solved by weak auras was like, all right, there's a whole bunch of soaks that need to be covered over the course of the fight, and it's not realistic to have that like 7 to 8 soaks up simultaneously, where you need to also account for like, well, this person just got targeted by different mechanics, so they need a backup to go in and do it for them.
Yeah, so it sounds initially like it's, you know, we're restricting what add-ons can do, but really we're opening up the universe of mechanics that can exist in a WoW boss without, because there are so many that you could think of right now where all of them would be, this is going to get solved by this, right? This is going to get solved by this.
They're reminding me of those moments where I'm sure you guys have discovered this, but you know, especially you, Mess Bugaboo, because you raid regularly. But when you guys soak something, and then at that same time as you're about to go help soak, you get hit with something that you have to run out of the group. And yeah, I hate those moments when you just get hit with the wrong shit at that precise time. And it's like, yeah, of course you're gonna pick the run out because worst case will happen if you're, bringing all the garbage into the soaking group. But yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah, that's probably like one of my things I hate the most in raids is when you just get hit with the two opposites, Yeah.
But if that's not the answer, then now the designers have all these tools back, and we can get these mechanics that maybe haven't been used since MOP because we've been weak auring them ever since, and now we get to solve them with our brains again.
And he even mentioned too, he said like, well, there's a lot of swirlies now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, oh, we can always default to this and a few other things because you're not going to solve that with weak aura, so we can add fights where that's not a thing. But you remove that, that friction of there's too many swirlies goes away. And I think there's assignment, like doing a lot of these assignment bosses without a weak aura that could work would be like really fun. Like it's fun to do that. It's fun when you have 5 people that need to soak something, like the last phase of Gallywix. There's a frontal on a side of a room and 2 people die. And right now weak aura is just like, okay, well then we're gonna assign backup. So these 2 people get a big green thing on their screen, go soak that. That is something where that fight is spread out enough where you could actually communicate that. We need 2 people on the right to back up because 2 soakers are dead. Who can do it? This person says something, this person says something. Now obviously you're not gonna have that kind of communication like heroic and normal. Maybe it won't be in comms, whatever, but in Mythic, that's perfectly reasonable, right? A lot of the things, like we could probably count honestly on one, maybe two hands over the last like 4 or 5 years, how many bosses would you meaningfully would have to have a mechanic change? But they are very impactful, very memorable, and they have been purely defined by that. Are you worried at all about?
I think, like, on the topic of the comms, sure, normal you can not have comms for. Normal's just like a little scale up from LFR, honestly. But heroic, I think you should definitely have comms for heroic. Heroic and mythic. Yeah, like, obviously mythic, but, you know, I think you should still have comms for heroic, because shit can go wrong. Yeah.
The communities, and this has certainly been ramping up over time. Like you mentioned, even for us, we were much more just do the mechanic 4 or 5 years ago than we are now. Are you worried that there has been this built-in reliance on it that might be hard to shake when creating new raid bosses?
Absolutely. And I think that some of that gets back to us knowing that we need to really ease into this, that any world where we just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and say, all right, have fun,
honestly,
we're in a new world, as opposed to,
I wish they would.
more built-in functionality.
I would love that.
To, have clearer visuals, simplify some mechanics, and then build encounters and have classes designed around a world where we know that this isn't possible. As long as people are set up for success, I think we'll be fine. Certainly, if we were to disable any functionality and then players went into a new tier and we're just wiping to bosses and they used to clear heroic comfortably and now they're brick walled halfway through heroic, yeah, players that would be a source of tremendous frustration. But we know that we need to avoid that by any means possible, and we have a lot of work to do before we get there.
Something that really encourages me is the ping system. That seems like such a perfect way to give us an option to identify where we're going, right? You can just ping where you're going, and then you don't have to, try and communicate with words. Hey, I'm going to move over to the left 20 yards, right? I just ping where I'm going, and that opens up an ability to solve these, again, in a YOLO style, right, rather than an assignment.
I think your guild did that.
Yeah.
So the Echo of Neltharion, right?
Yeah, we just pinged it.
Yeah, so famously, everyone had the maps for that. Here's your exact spot you go, and then his guild was like, you know what, everyone just ping your spot. Mostly it gets covered. People go to the same spot every pull. But if you see 2 pings in a spot, one person has to move, right? And that could largely solve a mechanic with just something that's already built into the game.
Yeah, I think and the ping system is something we've also talked about looking to improve and to kind of broaden the sorts of things you can do with it to give people more tools to solve these problems in a coordinated way, but using their own skill and expression instead of another tool.
When I think of World of Warcraft, I'm always thinking back to when I first started playing the game, and there was this really exciting moment where I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I can make this game look however I want, right? I can put this here, I can have an add-on that tells me what time it is in London, what time it is in Darnassus, right? I can have all the world clocks there if I want. I can have 3 different bars at the bottom of my screen. I can do whatever I want there, and to me that's always been a strength, not a weakness of WoW. So I think there's a lot of people that disagree with me on that. But then there's also people that they hear about Blizzard thinking about restricting add-ons and they're worried about losing that. Is there any intention to go after any of that kind of customization?
Not whatsoever. And in fact, we're doing everything we can and we would do everything we can down the line to minimize any collateral damage to them. But the goal is anything that's cosmetic should be completely fair game.
I agree.
Informational stuff that's out of combat,
yeah, I've never had an issue with cosmetic add-ons. It's not like a player power, it's collecting, you're not gonna, you're not beating raid bosses with it, Yeah. The only add-ons I've ever disagreed with were combat add-ons. Yeah.
Again, you have RP add-ons, things that are tracking, helping with professions, tracking gathering nodes, helping you with quests, you name it, a bunch of accessibility add-ons. All of those, there's nothing harmful whatsoever about any of them. The only thing is, at the very end of the day, once we feel like we've done enough on our end to improve baseline functionality, what we'd be looking at is the ability to parse real-time combat events in a way that drives, problem solving on the fly.
So it's kind of, we build the scaffolding to then be able to take away the existing weak aura solutions that we have for these. How much of this is, so the thing that's excited me also about edit mode has been, it's so clearly based on what the community has learned over 20 years, right? It's oh, the community has revolved around this is a solution for presenting this information. Let's give them that base in the UI rather than making them download something. How much of this initiative is still going to be based on what the community says, how the community reacts, versus which of these things are already kind of locked in decisions?
I'd say basically nothing here is locked in.
Okay.
Really, you know, my hope today is to kind of begin a conversation about that direction and what areas are welcome, what areas maybe have more to do to convince the community on, and what areas we might be wrong on and should, you know, reconsider. Because I think at the end of the day, you know, this game belongs first and foremost to our millions of players. We're trying to serve them as best we can in the long run. And I think our sense is that for many players, the feeling that they have to download and use certain add-ons in order to play the game competitively isn't really part of what's attractive about the game or healthy in the long run. And so if we can pull things back to a place where add-ons are available for those who want to use them, but people aren't feeling pressured by their groups, by just the natural demands of competition and not wanting to lose out to someone who's using more advantages, then that's going to be the healthier route in the long run.
So if I was the kind of person who wanted to write a 10-paragraph forum manifesto, this would be one of the topics to do it on, right?
Absolutely. We'll be reading, we'll be listening. You know, I think this is a long path ahead. And yeah, just, you know, curious to kick off the conversation and hear how people feel about it. So Rotation Assist is coming in 11.1.7, which is going to be hitting the PTR in the very near future. Can't wait to hear people's feedback as they're able to hop on and check it out. We'll be listening closely so we can make it the best it can be for everybody. It's also been amazing to just get a chance to talk through kind of the history of add-ons in WoW, where they are today, and where they might be going in the future. Thank you guys for coming out. It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here. Really looking forward to see what the community has to say about how much they want more of these casts, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly, weekly, whatever you guys think, put it in the comments.
Daily.
Daily?
Yeah.
You said it, it's not me. Thank you so much, Liz. This has been really, really awesome.
Okay. What'd you guys think? You can answer while we swap back. Oh, I need to mute that again. Okay, logging back in. Like you, I'll keep a bartender. Yeah, I just, you know, I think they've done a great job with edit mode so far. I like my bartender, you know, I prefer it. Not too bad. I've still have my same thoughts as I did last night, regarding the one button. You know, I just think there could be a better way that they could implement that.
Work complete.
But aside from that, you know, it wasn't bad. Yeah. Like, I honestly would love to see the damage meter come in, you know, although, I don't know, I'd probably still use that on, I don't know. I guess it depends on how they, what they do with it, right? Yeah. Because damage meters show everything, right? So they can't just come out and put a damage meter in and have it only be damage and heals. Like, there's so much more to that. There's interrupts, there's, you know, a bunch of shit, anything that would have gone on through the battle. So it really depends on how they implement that. I'm glad that they are starting to add stuff they should have long ago, but I'll probably still use the stuff I have. Yeah, me too. Like I said earlier, it's been a long time coming, and not everyone is a new player. Hell, like we're at a point in WoW where most of us are longtime players. There's not a whole lot of new players anymore. And the ones that are new, they're not hopping into dungeons and raids. They're just mount collecting, doing some quests and whatnot. Because the game can't keep them. That's the reality. The game cannot keep new players. And it has nothing to do with how the raid bosses are done. It's, it's a 20-year-old game. It's just overwhelming for new players. This is just like one aspect of stuff. Yeah, that's why I said earlier that I don't think it's really for new players. I don't think that's the focus, even although they say it is. Yeah. But we'll see how it goes, I think the overall adding things in is fine, My only real issue was that rotation ability, because I'm a full believer that, if you're doing solo stuff, like, it don't matter. You can just spam one key, not a big deal. But if you're doing group stuff, like, you should actually learn your class. Yeah. Is there supposed to be a portal here? Yeah, I think I have to open this up. I think this is the Maw portal. Or not the Maw, Korthia. But yeah, I don't feel like there's anything they said today that changes my opinion yesterday. Yesterday I had just, I'd seen like a tiny bit of the news on the rotation thing, and I knew they were going to talk about damage meter and all that, but they didn't really add anything that changes my mind on how I feel about that. But at least there is the global cooldown, and those people will still have to learn mechanics. So yeah, it's like, it's not the end of the world, I guess. But okay, well, I think we're probably... I can't access this quest, so I think I have to go to Revendreth, right? Okay. Well, I need a drink. I will be back, guys. And then we will do some leveling. If anyone wants to level, let me know. Maybe we'll do some dungeons or something. I'm back. I grabbed a beer. I think I will queue up a dungeon. This chicky's like heals, but I want to do some quests. Okay, we got our buff. So I have 10% and... oh, there it is. So 30 total. What a horrible food buff that is. Crit by 2. I guess we are only level 25.
What might your purpose be? Your path is chosen. I will consider your words.
Or are we picking a new place? I guess so.
Until we speak again. All will be judged fairly.
It's like I kind of want to go back to Torghast, but I don't know. I think I want more gear. I think we could level faster without it. But that completion was nice. It was a full level, and that was without the this. I hadn't popped the wisdom buff. So that was just with the 20%.
Welcome to the
Welcome.
Eternal City.
Oh, actually, I could just do world quests, right? I don't know, might as well do the experience ones.
All souls have their place.
So, what is everyone doing? What's the plan? was I going? Oh yeah, right there.
We must always fight to keep the upper hand. Use whatever anima stores you can find to awaken our allies and lay waste to those who oppose us.
Bitch. Been avoiding doing my weekly stuff. I should really do it this week. What have you been doing? Do you play other games, or is this like I should log on to WoW type situation, or? I haven't done my weeklies either. Or even my dailies that I should be doing. But that's because we're not playing the druid, right? Yeah. I theme everything for stream, so... But... tomorrow is Delve night, so maybe at the beginning... Oh, are we we're a flower picker on this character. Been a hot minute since I've picked a flower. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'll probably do my dailies at the beginning of stream tomorrow. The only reason I'm not doing the Children's Week right now on stream, because I could probably do it with this ult, but the reason is because it's getting recorded, so I need to be, like, not on stream, you know? I need to be off stream in record mode, and yeah. Or else we'd probably be doing Children's Week, honestly. Not enough anima. Let's see how this guy is. Ah, easy. There's some anima. Been playing some other stuff and messing around on low-level alt. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's been my thing too. That's my exact situation actually. Because my other stuff has been Hogwarts. That's my playthrough that I'm doing lately. And then I've also been leveling alts. Yeah. I do my mount farm weeklies though, as far as weeklies go. Like my mount farming is always on Wednesdays. And I'm pretty more or less religious with that one. Yeah, there's like maybe once in a while that I'll skip it, but for the most part, I'm here every Wednesday mount farming. So I feel like I've done the important weeklies, you know? But yeah, until this buff ends, I'm gonna be pretty alt-focused, aside from the mount farming day. Yeah. I'm trying to keep up with the dailies for the new shit that came out, but, you know, it's like, it don't happen daily. Yeah, only so much time in a day. And you guys see where I am for a solid, you know, 5 to 8 hours of that time. Oh, did I not grab it? I thought I did. I think we just need anima now. Oh, this is just kills. We don't even need the anima, I don't think. Oh, never mind, we do. So, I should have shown you guys something really cool, but you'll just have to take my word for it. And this is gonna come as a complete shock. But this character has nothing in the bank, and the bags is like that. Can you believe that? You have never seen that good of inventory space ever on this channel. Never. I'm gonna love leveling this character. Yeah. Don't have to worry about much. I'm assuming that's enough anima. Like, I didn't fill the bar for the last guy, so...
Well done. We hold
Nice.
the court for now.
Leveled! Yeah, see what I want. I'm just gonna put whatever I want in until we get, like, closer to, like, current content. Oh, yes, I want that. Is that, yeah, I want that. What's this? Oh. We had to boogie out of there. I don't think I'm gonna do the quest at all. I just want to do some world quests. Plus that last one gave us a decent amount. Granted, it was for experience, so not all of them are. Right? Yeah, I'll definitely be taking advantage of that, for sure. Yeah, kinda jelly about, you know, those of you that have all the perks though for the war bank, or warbound, because I could be getting more, but we aren't because this is only the second alt being leveled since that came into the equation. So, second alt, third character. Yeah. Okay. We had way too much fun with that flight. That's why I don't like it. Where was I going? Over here? Yeah. Okay, let's fly to it. Halls of Atonement. And when I say fly, I mean they fly me. Man, where is this flight path? Okay, let's just grab the next one. And, like, there's nothing out here. I think I have to open up some stuff for it. Have a good night, Miss Bugaboo. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're joining for Delves, right? What's this? Might as well do it. Not exactly where we were going, but... Man! It is hot upstairs today. We're doing okay today, but I think it is time to situate the portable AC. Not like brutal hot, but I notice a difference. Like, yeah. Yeah, when I was downstairs getting the drink, because that's where, you know, the house has AC, but it's an old house, so, you know, yeah. Plus, I'm on the top level. You know how top levels are. It's kind of weird, though, because you know, anything can happen, of course, but we shouldn't have any hot weather yet. Yeah. Like, next week is supposed to be, like, 60, you know? Yeah. Like, one day of a much higher temperature. But we'll see. That could easily change. Hey, Russo. No, I'm just leveling today. This character is a pure gatherer. I like those ults of mine. You know, aka gold farmers. Okay, what am I supposed to... Oh, okay. You're freed! Good, because I'm not done my quest yet. You. That was the end of that. Nice. Good timing. I'll just chill up here. Oh, it's Shadowlands dungeons. I guess that makes sense. Damn. Usually I like to, usually I...
Secure the prisoner and make a swift escape. Victory will be ours.
Did they go in here? Oh, yeah. Usually I put Chromie to Kata. I'm not a big fan of the Kata expansion at all, but I am a fan of vanilla dungeons, and that's how you do it. Yeah. So that's usually the route we go, but I wasn't thinking about it as far as dungeons. I'm okay with Shadowlands dungeons, honestly. It's, yeah. They weren't horrible. That is the only expansion I skipped. If I wasn't the person I am, I would have too. Yeah. It's like, remembering back when I was playing it, it's not as bad as I'm like making it out to be, because I had friends I was playing with and stuff like that. But it just wasn't the best, and it was the first, you know, at that time all we had was vanilla BC and Wrath, right? You know, it was the first worst one. Because up until that moment, you know, not to sound like, I don't know, I don't think privileged is the word, but not to sound, you know, however which way, you can pick the word. But up until that point, I loved every bit of WoW, you know? There was not a bad expansion in my eyes. You know, I loved all content. Yeah, so I think that's the only reason I just kind of have like a little bit of dislike. Well, it was a lot for a while. It was my most hated for, you know, most hated until BFA. BFA took it over. And then Shadowlands took over BFA's spot. And then Dragonflight took over Shadowlands' spot. And War Within I like better than Dragonflight, so... Got majorly burnt out in the beta to the point I lost the joy for WoW. Thanks for the follow, White Lighter. I had to relook. I thought it said Tyler. I almost said the wrong thing. And yeah, that's why I try not to play too much of beta when I get into it. Like when I get the invite and stuff. Yeah, because that can do it. Yeah, if you're just in there all the time, for sure. Yeah. I need to move this. Why is it there? I need to fix my party frames, jeez. All defaulted and shit. I feel like this is the best time I could possibly do it. Maybe. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it later. But I prefer to do it when the group is still intact, you know? That way I can see the frames. Level again?
Begin. You will confess one way or another.
Kill ads.
Man, I just leveled again. Because I'm so low level. What level am I? 28? Nice. That's why I love dungeons. They're always good, but they're so much better when you're low level. I pretty much will do dungeons until, like, current content, unless it's time walking. I like collecting badges. But once I hit current content, that's when I really focus questing. Yeah. Nothing against the dungeons, it's just I start using the alts towards achievements at that point.
How dare you interrupt my research? My patience is wearing thin.
The light shines. Even here.
So much left to discover.
Transmog.
Quickly, mortals! Escape with Sorali!
And probably an upgrade. Maybe. I'm wearing heirloom gear right now, so it's a tough call. And it's not jewelry, so might. Well, it's a belt though.
Have ever escaped the sanguine
There's no
depths,
heirloom
and
belt.
neither
Though.
will you.
Man, I keep leveling so it keeps showing up the talent thing. We'll fiddle with it when I get out of here.
Gods, slay them all!
What a horrible problem to have.
Wretched mortals! That prisoner belongs to the master. You will not take it.
Oh, infused rubies. I remember that crap. Jeez. But I do also remember getting everything, so yeah, we don't need it.
Dogs!
Just leveled up a shaman. I think I stopped using heirlooms when the bags kept dropping. Yeah. The thing is, like, the heirlooms aren't as good as they used to be anyway, right? But I still use them. And I use them up until... Well, I don't even know what level I got it up to. I was caught up one expansion. But I really disliked Dragonflight, so I'm just gonna say I don't think it's upgraded that high. I think the last time I upgraded the heirlooms, it was up to the level of Shadowlands. Yeah, so 60, I guess.
Surrender the prisoner! Bleed for your crimes!
Watch your step. Watch your step. Run out.
Your suffering will be a testament to the Master's wrath.
Not today.
Level 29. Man, how many times did I level in that dungeon?
Go, mortals.
The answer is 4. I know exactly how many times. Ooh, oh, it was, yeah. I get too excited with orange items. Yeah. Are you guys doing more, or... I guess you guys are giving me time to open this. Oh, actually, it's the other tab that I need to open. Or is it interface? Yeah. Might have an add-on affecting it. Okay. Fiddle with you later. Okay. We could have instant. I main heal this character, but I'm in no rush. Especially since I gotta put talents in now. I guess I always expect way more. What's the cooldown? 1 minute? I'll take the other one.
Just redeemed hydrate.
Hey Drackle. Hydrating. How you doing? Ooh, I like that one. Oh, that was pretty quick, considering. I have too much stuff on that bar now. I'll have to move a couple of things. Fair to Midland. Nice. The other side. Oh god. I remember not really liking it a whole lot on M+. A lot of the time these dungeon memories I have are from timed keys. Yeah. But the other one I felt good about, so that must have been a good one for M+. This one, I remember being the last one standing a lot for this one.
Where you be hiding all them Zandelary souls, Bonsangi? Give them to your boss man now, or you gonna be sorry. Real sorry. So you can be sending them to the mob? No. Them is my people.
What someday?
No way I go give them up.
See, this is why this shit's so weird. It's like, it's when you end up in these dungeons that were like, you know, max content. 29.
No hard feelings about that little disagreement at the addons are. Mazala got me at a disadvantage.
What, they haven't come out with the one button talent where it just picks the best talents? No, they make me actually read it, Drackle. Like, I don't know what they're thinking.
And don't you be taking no for an answer. Now, here's a way you might remember. Haka always be needing mojo for his rituals, and Bansam they always be willing to make a deal. Well, what you give me that look for? Sure, Haka be a lower blood, but a deal's a deal, man. Just get me mojo back.
Deal's a deal.
This power is mine. I will live again. Face the wrath of the sun.
Spread.
Atali. Run. Die, mortal. Atali. Rise in service of Hakar. Die, mortal. The power was mine. Oh, Hakar. You're my nasty one. But you be making him pay him debt. Sooner or later, he's gonna be back. You can't keep a bad lord down.
135. I have to look. Ooh, transmog. It didn't show, but it will be. It will be when I sell it.
Me want them souls, Bonsandi. Me want Rastakhan and all the others on the lorry. It ain't wise to be holding out on Messiah. You're gone and forgot what it means to be Aloha. You bond with the people. The power you share. Ugh! The only power that counts be death, and death be coming for them all. You know, it don't just be trolls who be coming to ask for old Bonsami's help. All kinds be making deals with the lower adept. Like these two crazy little gnomes here. They both be hungry for power. So me were more than happy to oblige. But now, maybe needing that mojo back.
Druid hit level 30. Druid not being me. Just for those that aren't paying attention. Oh, whoops.
What have we here? That dusty old Loa has sent debt collectors already? But I haven't had his mojo long enough to create my masterpiece.
Wait, you made a deal with Bonsandi too?
Interrupt 1.
Shortcuts in your shoddy work, Milhouse.
Interrupt 2.
This is
Power beyond
Interrupt
well,
3.
I You just admitted to doing the same.
Interrupt poor?
Hipster.
Has been. This one will drive you nuts. This one.
You're the best, Billy. Let's never fight again. For a while, at least.
Oh, sweetie, you do care. Mwah!
I hate when it takes a while.
True love. Now ain't that sweet? Old one Samdi had his share of romance back in the day. More than his share.
Oh, what the hell? I remember it was something. I remember it was some sort of portal. Honestly, I remember it flying me somewhere. I feel like that thing changed, or I just forget.
But me remember. Remember how the trolls be turning away from you? All them sacrifices,
I guess I'll mount up.
all that blood, how they were gonna... We don't need worshippers. The jailer gonna give me all the power I need. And one Sandy the one who gonna be forgotten.
Oh, you know what? It might be, yeah, it's the next one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I was gonna say, someone died. This person's like naked, no wonder. Oh, they're not even the dead one.
Brokers be looking for power too. All kind of power. This one ain't gonna want to give me back my mojo. So careful now. She's tricky.
Ooh, that got close. Yay for the fact that I can heal myself. Actually, we would have been fine anyway, but yeah. I like a full bar of health. Plus, I think, yeah, I might, you guys know I already have trust issues in real life, but I think it carried over to game, I'm just gonna say. Because all the characters that I love playing are capable of tanking, healing, and DPS, and I think there's a reason for that. I think there's a reason why I love all these characters that can perform all roles. Yeah. I'm asleep. See you guys. Just a napping. Wait for these. Just a skinning. I don't even know. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't even know if I have Shaolin skinning, but yeah, it's giving me points. Level 30. You guys can like real mount up. Just saying. Yeah, this is the one I remember. You use that to get back up. Yeah. I knew there was some flying thing I remembered. Plus, I felt like that last boss wasn't doing enough damage.
For this.
Because it's this one that does.
I would step lightly if I were you. Now, where to put you?
Oh, it's the dealer.
Try. This should be entertaining. Now, where to put you? Straight.
Da, da, da. Ooh.
Brokers be up to something. You best be keeping an eye on them. Now hurry back with me, Mojo.
These little friends of yours think they're gonna help you up one someday? What chance you'll be having against me? It be Mwazala who brought Helia to the jail.
We got someone behind us. Who is it?
For old Odin's eye.
The healer.
Watch.
I don't know if he noticed. Actually, I don't think it locks you in. They should be able to make it.
Shockwave.
Come on now, heroes. Bring the mojo back.
The shadows take ya. So small, so weak. Darkness be mine to command.
You best hurry. The price
Find
don't matter
shelter.
now.
Foolish mortals, me be the true god of death.
Was I the only one that came over? Just healing myself over here. Healer's dead.
Darkness be mine to command.
Run out. Shockwave.
So small, so weak. Your life be mine.
Do Paladins have the thingamabobber, right? Hold on. Oh, they're too far away. I can't even do it.
Darkness be mine.
Run out.
Yeah, they're way across the map.
Run out. Shockwave.
So small, so weak. Your life be mine. The shadows take ya.
You best hurry. The price don't
Find
matter
shelter.
now.
Foolish mortals, me be the true god of death. Darkness be mine.
Run out. Shockwave.
So small, so weak. Your life be mine. The shadows take ya. Darkness be mine.
Run out.
Darkness be mine to command.
Run out. Shockwave.
The shadows take ya. So small, so weak. Your life be mine.
You best hurry. The price
Find
don't matter
shelter.
now.
Oh, shit.
Foolish mortals. Me be the true god of death.
All those poor guys, right? Because we're like powering through this one. Making them wait.
There be no escaping death. Darkness be mine to command.
Run out. Shockwave.
So small, so weak. The shadows take ya. Your life be mine. Darkness be mine.
Run out.
Darkness be mine to command.
Run out. Shockwave.
Your life be mine. So small, so weak.
They're like, maybe we should reset.
You best hurry. The price don't
Find
matter
shelter.
now.
I get it though. It's boring when people do this. Doesn't mean I won't though. But I've been on the opposite end of it before, for sure. I think he's gonna... I think the tank is gonna purposely die here. If he does, I'll stop healing. Yeah, it looks like...
To the maw with your soul. No one be defying Wazala.
Right, I was gonna say these people in chat, and they're like, that's why, or that was my fault for not taking the portal. The thing is, we wiped for nothing if you don't take that fucking portal. You know? Like, that's why people keep going, is to just down the boss, because they don't trust that you'll do the mechanics the next time. This is why I love paladins. I was kind of amazed, because I'm just red, you know? Like, I'm not even tank.
Darkness be mine to command.
They've definitely done some improvements to, like, your heals when you're not in heals, you know?
The shadows take ya.
Because I could have went forever there. I stopped healing. but I had heals for days.
The best hurry. The price
Find
don't matter
shelter.
now.
Foolish mortals! Me be the true god of death!
You had better to pay attention, father of sleep.
There be no escaping death. Darkness be mine to command.
Shockwave.
The shadows take ya! So small, so weak. Your life be mine. Darkness be mine to command. Darkness be mine to command.
Shockwave.
So small, so weak. Your life be mine. The shadows take ya.
The best hurry. The price
Find
don't matter
shelter.
now.
Foolish mortals, me be the true god of death.
You can't be holding me forever.
Wing me in.
There be no escaping death. Let us, mortals, how this be?
Times change, man. Mortals never be as weak as you believe them to be. You see, they have.
Oh, I got a hand in or something? Did I have a quest?
Don't you be worrying about a thing. You're gonna be having plenty of time to learn from your mistakes.
I don't think it gave me
You did
experience.
good, heroes, yeah. But what Mozilla got coming, yet for mortal eyes.
It might have been the
Take
weekly
the
or something.
trinkets and be gone with ya.
That be some big talk one Sunday, but you be nothing before the jailer.
You better watch your tongue, little thing. One someday the boss man now.
Okay. Fun times. That was kind of fun holding up the group, though. I think I'm gonna like this paladin. Oh, there's a hand in over there. I don't even know why we're still in this flight. I don't like not being able to hover in the air. But I do like the fast speed. I hate that you have to decide, right? Like, either You can AFK in the air, or you can go fast. I made my land destruction deck, and the people I built it for didn't show up for tonight's tournament. Aw, that sucks. Yeah, that's a bummer. How'd it go, though? Did you kick ass?
Oh, something new.
Yeah, I don't want to do a regular quest. Oh, I just leveled? Did I discover an area or something? What happened there? Yeah. 1545 experience is what did it. Kinda crazy how fast the leveling has been. It's like, I guess it's like, I know, it's a lowbie. We got buffs and, you know, but still. I haven't really leveled alt since Shadowlands, so there's been extra perks since then. Yeah, because I hated Dragonflight. I only played my druid in Dragonflight. Yeah. Isn't that hilarious that that's like my version of hating an expansion? I only played one character in there. Like, normal people would have just left. But... Came in second place. First place had the only deck I forgot to put something in my sideboard for. Well, second's pretty good. Because you run with a decently sized group. From what I remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna go there. Did I have a quest for that first dungeon we did? Jeez. I think I have quests for all the dungeons. But they're not, like, in my quest log. They're just there. That's why I'm thinking they might have been weeklies, but, like, what are the chances that the only 2 dungeons I've done so far were both weeklies, you know? Or dailies, or however it works. Can't remember how the dungeon quests worked in Shadowlands. It's been a hot minute. Isn't it crazy to think that Shadowlands is old content? Like, it's so weird. Time fucking flies, right?
What is our next target? We must give those who still follow the master.
Nice. Completing trading post. I don't want to be here. I think I'm gonna make some rice tonight, because I have spring rolls, and it's like, I just got like 3 spring rolls, right? So what do I put with it? Obviously rice makes the most sense, out of what I have in the house anyway. Rice makes more sense than like fettuccine with spring rolls. Although, I do love my fettuccine. Right? I know. It's like I guess it was a long time ago. If you think about it, Shadowlands was, the COVID time, Yeah. And I guess even that was a while ago. Like, that's what I associate with Shadowlands. That's how I always know what year Shadowlands was. I associate it with COVID. Oh, God. But, I got a memory for every expansion, and unfortunately, that's just the one that sits with Shadowlands. I can't control what happens in the world. But yeah. Soon we'll be soloing Dragonflight. To be fair, I haven't attempted, but I imagine it's still a tough solo. Yeah. It's usually how it works. You're still grouping up with people for the expansion before, and then everything before that is soloable, generally. An easy solo, anyway. It's like, you could go solo it, and maybe you kill it, but it would take forever. Where are we going anyway? I'm just flying. Why do we have it? Oh, this is normal speed. For a sec, I thought we were in the Dragonflight. This is actually fast. What the? What's down here? Sure, why not? We need transmog anyway. Requires level 48. So you are here early then. Like, yeah, it's like... It's weird. Oh shit, it's actually tough. No, it isn't. It's just a little tougher than the last time we were killing shit, but to be fair, we have leveled like 7 levels since the last time we were doing a world quest out here, so... We need to get another item because I got 45 minutes on this item. And, it's funny because my warlock was looting them like non-stop that I made the comment, oh, you don't even need to worry about it. But now, like, I'm worried on the paladin. I might not get another item in time. To be fair, that one item... I took it from the war bank. She didn't even loot the first one. That item came from my druid. It was like my remaining potion. Or not my druid, my luck. So she hasn't... Well, unless she has. Maybe I haven't noticed that she's been looting some bags. Let's see. Is there bags in there? I don't see any. Nope, they don't look like bags, just gear. Yeah, what's the... I wonder, am I too low level? Do you have to be on a 60 plus for the bags? I guess I could just look at the buff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Dragonflight, because they make a lot of talk in that buff about Dragonflight and... Yeah. Quest and kills in the Dragon Isles. Well, what a bummer. We got a level 30 levels in 45 minutes then. That's just what that means. You know what I wonder then? Okay, I messed it up, but you can learn from my mistakes, guys. But you get the stash first, so if you got 70 plus characters or 60 plus, you get leveling them first, leave your super low levels last, and then they take all the remainder potions. Yeah. Like I took this remainder potion, but really, I think after tonight, we halt on her, and she comes back when there's a potion for her. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that brought in an extra. Renown 9. And that completed that? Yeah. Did you see Xbox is following after Nintendo and raising the price on all their stuff? I saw that. Yeah. It's gonna, you know, it's funny because, like, I want to say...
Pain. What do you sense? The more
I hate when they talk while I'm talking. Like, I'm talking, Hopebreaker. Okay. I want to say it's going to be everyone that changes the prices, but the thing is, we are still good with PC. The reason we're good is because there are, you know, with consoles, every game is always the same price, but with PC, you got $20 games, you got $40 games, you got $60 games. So PC's kind of like the safest place right now, but it doesn't mean that they won't start selling, you know, like the AAA games, you know, for that price. Yeah. Hey, Dean. Figured you'd do the exploring XP method for leveling as a different method. No, I wanted to do some Shadowlands stuff. And honestly, this is a different method. That's like, yeah.
Pain. What do you sense?
I haven't been to Shadowlands in a while.
Must be close.
Because I just leveled another character that took that route, so... As says PC players, we can always wait for sales. That's the way I see it. Don't get me wrong, there are games that, you know... Well, one, WoW always gets paid. Like, I always pay the price with WoW, you know? It's my game. So that's the one game that's always guaranteed that I pay the hefty prices with. The rest, they can wait for sales, but I won't lie, there are, like, you know... I would have Wilds right now if it wasn't a full price game. I would have bought it, you know. I'm picky with what I spend the hefty price on. Yeah, so I will more or less wait for sales, but if I really want to, you know, play something that's full priced, you know, then I'll pay it. But it's not too often. But it's often with Nintendo, because Nintendo's horrible for doing sales. At least with Xbox, you've got Game Pass, which probably will go up, right? Because if they've raised the prices of the games, then they're gonna raise the price of Game Pass 100%. Because people are playing, like, free games with Game Pass. Yeah. My friend does it all the time. I'm always amazed with what games he's playing. Just because he has Game Pass. Yeah, this is the second character. I'm trying to get as many in the mix for the leveling event. But, you know, it's tough, you know. I'm still playing Hogwarts and, you know, I'm still doing my mount farms and, yeah. But we do what we can. I'm expecting Grand Theft Auto 6 to be 100. I'm expecting it to be, well, you said 100 US, but yeah, at least that price tag. You know, by the time we get that sucker, the price might be 120. It's like, who knows what prices will be in 2035, you know? Just kidding. Yeah, hopefully we'll have it before then. Oh yeah, I'm done this quest. I don't know why we're still killing this. That mount you saw in the tooltip, we could have had it in Shadowlands. I have the item, it's just sitting on the lock. And yeah, and that's why, because I always didn't want to log over to the lock to do it, because she had the item. Or has it. Yeah, that's a mount that's just sitting there waiting for me to finally just do the thing. Yeah, I've done the tough part. Well, you know, back in Shadowlands, it was the tough part.
The brokers have secured a cache of curious weapons from other realms. Let's see if they will be of any use to our cause.
Oh, don't run me over! Well, they did just delay a year. Not surprised. 100 for the base edition? For sure, Drackle, yeah. Yeah, that will 100% be the starter price. Yeah. Oh, there's an experience one right here. What we gotta do? Eh, easy. Easy. All I gotta say is, it better be good, right? Making players wait that long. And I say that as someone who paid a hefty price for a game they love and stopped playing it. like, I don't know, 3 weeks in? 3 weeks in? Yeah. I hope I hope that's not the same fate for, you know, GTA. I don't imagine it would. Different vibe, honestly. You can make your own fun in that game, but you know, the game I did it with was D4. You know, that game cost me $120, and I was already iffy about it, but you know, I grew up playing all the Diablos, and I love Diablos, so I just, you know, risked it, I guess. And yeah, that was like $120 down the drain, basically. And that's why I wait for sales, but that was Diablo. That was different. That's like buying a WoW expansion. It's gonna happen no matter what, right? Well, it won't happen anymore, probably. I'll probably be iffy. I'll probably be iffy with D5 when they do that one. You know, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, I've spent a lot in WoW too, but I'm still playing WoW, and I've played it consistently since the beginning, right? So even if I dislike an expansion, like take Dragonflight for example, I hated that expansion with a passion. You know, I can safely say, like, I stayed playing, but it was the most inactive I've been in WoW ever. You know, that was when that's when we started bringing in random games a little more, right? And I still don't regret the money, you know, like, yeah, because it's a game that I don't need an expansion to be good in WoW. Doesn't mean I don't hope for a good expansion, but, you know, WoW is a theme park, you know? You got so many different angles. If you don't like current, you just go mount farm, transmog farm, achievement farm, like, yeah. But with D4, what was I gonna do, you know? Like, I didn't like content, and there's not that many other angles you can turn, you know? Sometimes I think about, you know, checking it back out, but I don't know. I think if I ever did, I'd need friends over there, for sure. You know, yeah. Because the last time I went over there solo, we lasted 2 weeks.
Splendid work. I think that device will aid us well.
But, you know, people tell me it's improved. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, where are we going now? Supplies delivered. It sounds easy, but is it long? I fell back in when I got an Xbox, but it only lasted a month, right? That's what I'm worried about. I guess, like, I own it, so it's not like it's gonna cost me any money, you know. But yeah, that's exactly how I feel. You know, I think I loved D3 too much. I think that's what it was. I don't know why I loved D3 as much as I did, but the whole, you know, yeah, it's like D4 just kind of, I guess I could pick it up. It's just like, it gives me a MMO feel, you know? And I don't, you know, I got my MMO, you know? I think they lost me with the world bosses, honestly. Not saying that's the reason, I just, you know, obviously, I just wasn't having fun in it, but, you know. Where am I on this map? Oh, there we are. There's so many icons. We could do this one. It's on the way. How have I been looting this whole time? Auto loot is on, right? We have not been manually looting. Let's see. Oh, you're not even attackable. Unless it's just the flower picking messing up things. Okay. I figured so, because, you know, I would have been so annoyed if I was manually looting everything. But on the topic, I think a new season started in D4. My friend was playing it earlier. He always, cause I used to be the Diablo girl, right? So he always asks me what things are. And I keep telling him, I'm like, I have no idea. I'm not playing D4, you know? Like, yeah. But because he's so used to the way I used to play Diablo, he's always like, oh, there's this currency now. Do you know how I use it? And, yeah. He is... See, this is the funny part. Getting back to that rotation button, I talked to him about that earlier. And, like, I'm just gonna tell you straight out. If there is any casual WoW player out there, my friend Mark is it. Like, literally. Yeah, he... Like, no one would beat him as far as casual. The guy... has only ever quested. He's been playing since, like, I think he started in Wrath, and he has only ever quested. He has never mount farmed, he has never done a dungeon, he's never been in a raid, he doesn't know what a delve is. He has only ever quested, and that's how he's leveled the whole time. And so I told him about this, and even he was like, that's bullshit. You know, even he was. And like, he is the prime person that would use something like that, right? Yeah. Oh, he is. It's like, it boggles my mind every time because one, you know, we're best friends. Like, his best friend is a WoW fucking addict, right? You would think somewhere along the lines he would have, you know, delved more into, you know, the game, right? And then on top of that, he's played for a while, you know? Like, he's not a new player. He's been playing for not the 20 years, but damn close, you know? Like 15 years roughly, something like that. Yeah. It's just so funny. Yeah. But he's older, you know, so he has a lot of the mindset that I have, you know, of working for your rewards, you know? That's kind of like that. A lot of the time when people debate me on decisions that Blizzard makes, like that's where my mind is, right? I'm one of those people. I believe that in an MMO, you put the work in, you get the reward, right? So, and he has that mindset because of him, not because of his WoW gameplay, but because of his age, you know? He's a generation where you work for what you want, right? Yeah. So I think that's why even someone like him was like, hell fucking no, I wouldn't use that. Actually, that wasn't his response at all. His response was, so what's the point of playing the game? That was his response. I did not want that guy. Like, yeah, he just saw me. I didn't want to fight him. Oh, is it Endlicker?
Once I had power, greatness.
Was that someone flying over? It's like, he would be dead anyway. By the time I see him, someone's killed him. Like, I'm on a leveler. Someone's a max level out here. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. But yeah, there are games he,
This wretched place is beneath my station.
Nice. There are games he severely, like, he's like me with WoW, yeah. One of them is that Elite Dangerous. Man, he has so many hours in that game. He keeps trying to get me to play it. Yeah, I played it once. You know, a while back.
Stoneborn brutes are strong, but their aim leaves something to be desired. Help them deploy aid to our allies on the battlements below.
And then another is Civilization. I have played Civilization, you know, to be that friend that plays the game that my friend plays, you know? And I suck at it. Yeah, I gave up. Yeah, I am not a building game player. Yeah, the last time I played that game, the town was suffering, you know? There was no water, there was no power. Like, yeah, the city is better without me, you know? Yeah. Someone else could take care of that shit. I did play a while back though. I played that Zoo Tycoon though. I really liked that game until there was a halt. It was I don't know what the halt was, but like I was kind of stuck. I couldn't get any more farm animals. I couldn't expand. Yeah. And I know I wasn't done with the game. Like, I only had, like, maybe 10 hours in. So, yeah, there was some other reason. Yeah. There is something to click there, I think. No. Rude. Leveled. You know, if this queue would pop, then we'd level to 40. Requires level 4. Why does everything require level 48? Why they let me come out here if everything requires level 48? I think I need, do you guys have, like, bumpers on your desk or anything? I need, like, something on my desk, because I always lay my arm like this. You can't see my desk, but, you know, I'll lay my arm on the desk, and then I end up with these lines on my arm, and it kind of hurts after a while, but I just kind of put up with it, you know? I need some comfy, like, something at my, you know, at the desk. But it has to be on the desk, and it has to be attached to the edge, because that's how I roll. Like, you know, I'm not looking to have a cushion or anything, you know?
Impudent mortal!
Mine used to. Mine has, I can actually take the, you know, actually, I think this is supposed to be for your hands, but I'll show you what mine has. It detaches so I can show you. But it's this. Yeah, this is at the end. And I think that's for like if you're like this, but I'm not a this person. I am one hand on the mouse and then I'm just chilling with my arm, you know? Yeah. So I never use it, but I keep it attached because it kind of looks weird without it. Actually, never mind. I do use it because I'm looking at my, you know, and it's this that uses it. But, you know, aside from that, yeah. Like, I don't need that part. Yeah. But maybe my next keyboard I'll look into something like that though. What you got? I don't need a keyboard, but like, okay, I'm just gonna say, you know, think whatever you want to think of me here. But I'll clean my keyboard, you know? Eventually we're gonna get a new keyboard. You know, it's, yeah. Yeah. It's just one of those things. When I'm tired of how dirty it is, we'll get a new one. I used to use a similar line with cars back in the day. I'd be like, you know, need a new car because the ashtray is full.
We will break you like all the rest.
You know, back when they had ashtrays. little aging ourselves there. Oh yeah, I gotta put some talents in. Although I will say I've been thinking about buying one of those cordless, I don't know, do we call them a dustbuster? I don't know. They're for your computer, your keyboard, right? I've used like an air can on it, but it don't do the job. I feel like you gotta get a cloth in there, you know? But then, yeah, it's so hard to get between the keys and, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think we just buy a new one. But the keyboard itself is perfectly fine. I don't need a new one.
Your arrogance stains this realm.
The rechargeable air blowers. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been looking at. And they're not decent or not badly priced. You know, I think they're like 40 bucks or something. Maybe cheaper. Yeah.
We rebuke the lies of the accuser and her traitors.
The reason I would use the air can is because I use that on my tower, so, you know, like, you know, two birds with one stone type deal. Which, to be fair, I am due for a tower cleaning. Yeah, with the hot weather kind of approaching now, I think it's time. I think we're due to opening up the computer and giving it a nice little clean. I definitely get away with a lot of shit, you know, like, I do not do monthly cleans on my computer.
Strongborn brutes are strong, but their aim will
Which
be
I
something
imagine
to
is
be
probably
desired.
what
Help
you're
them
supposed
deploy
to,
aid to
like,
our
yeah.
allies on the battlements
I go legit years. Yeah, my go-to would be expansion. When the expansion was like a week away from launching, that would be computer cleaning day. And you know what? This sucker performs pretty damn good for someone who slacks on that shit. Yeah. I also keep it on the floor, which you're not supposed to do. Never had a problem. Watch a fire happens right now. But yeah, I've done that with multiple computers in that same location. Yeah. I got a cheap, like, $20 US one with the best rating, and I have used it for 4 years now. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I gotta do a little Amazon shop anyway. I wanna get some of those meal planner things, you know, those dishes that have like they're kind of like a takeout dish. But I want one that has three spots because I'm trying to be healthy. So I need a dish where I can put my steak, my potatoes, that's being healthy, right? Steak, potatoes, and some veggies. Veggies is what I need to work on. Yeah, I don't eat enough veggies. So I thought that if on Sundays now, being that it's my no stream day, maybe I make a week's worth of, yeah, I'm gonna be a meal planner person now. I'm gonna make a week's worth of food. Because you guys know I'm always hungry during stream, and then I have nothing, and then I starve, and yeah, and then I eat at midnight, and yeah. So that's my plan. I want to get a bunch of those. Bunch of containers. Yeah. So, you know, that's my initial reason for doing an Amazon order probably this weekend. So maybe I'll add that air thing to it. Oh, we're going this way. Meal prepper for the week? Yeah. I'm a 1 meal a day, so it's not as much as it sounds. It probably sounds like when you say meal prepper for the week, probably sounds like a bunch of food going in the fridge, but like I only eat 1 meal a day. So it's like seven things being dished into the trays, I guess. Although I've been thinking of getting some snack ones too. Maybe we could use some snacks sitting at the desk, you know, some healthy snacks. Doing my best here, guys. You know, although I've been buying popcorn for a while, and they say popcorn's healthy. I don't see where popcorn is healthy, but I don't know. They claim it is. So I don't feel so bad about the popcorn thing. My favorite is people not reading labels and putting their glass PC side panel on tiled floors. The warning is don't do that because it causes the glass to shatter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't got glass floors. But interesting to know. I never knew that, honestly. Yeah. Like, I read the labels. Have I never noticed that on the label? I don't know. I just know, and the only reason I know it's like bad to have it on the carpet is because I've watched videos of people putting together systems, and that's what they say in every video, you know, don't put it on the floor, it'll set a fire, and yeah, every single video I've ever watched says that, and I just sit back, I'm like, fuck, I've been putting my system on the direct carpet forever. Yeah. And it has because it's right here, and it's on the carpet, and then there's a TV tray over it. I had to put the TV tray over it because, and this is one thing, if you have cats and never do this, I wasn't paying attention initially when I got this tower, but the power is on the front, or not the front, it's on the top. And when I first got it a while back, I've had it for a while, but when I first got it, Isis, the gray cat in there, jumped on it and powered it off during stream. It was during stream. And yeah, and ever since that day, TV tray is over it. So she jumps on the TV tray instead now. But yeah, I had to do that to hide the tower, and I was kind of like slapping myself for that one because they always sit on the tower, like that's what they're used to. But then I wasn't paying attention to this, you know, newer one that I got, and you know, it's like, why you put the power bar or power button there anyway? Like, come on. Like, such a stupid place. Such a stupid place to put it. Yeah. Now I have to deny my cats of laying on there until I get a new one. Which will be a while because it's still performing pretty good. It's so weird to watch tempered glass shatter on tiled floors. I should look up what causes that. I've never seen that. Yeah. My PC is right next to my mini fridge. You know, that's a good place for it because, you know, mini fridge is cool, so it's getting like a little kind of, you know, I'm sure you probably have cooling in your tower anyway, but, you know, there's that extra, you know. Yeah, I don't know if it affects it, but, you know, that's the way I see it. Oh, we're at the thing. At the thingamabobber. Did that guy see me? We're at it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Right? What's the task? Supplies delivered. Is this gonna be a... Oh, okay. Oh, the thingamabobbers. I remember this one. This one's easy. Oh, I have to be right over it. Okay. I think. Yeah, because it drops down below. I missed. Right after I said this one's easy. It's been 4 years roughly, guys. Damn it. We'll get this one. Just barely. Just barely at the edge. Nice. I'm a pro player. Those mythic raiders got nothing on me. I bet they can't be this precise on this quest. Professional world quester. that might have been a tad too late. Yeah, I figured. Oh, it made it. Ooh. I'm so good. I think this is the last one, though, so I think we're gonna have to... Oh, no, there's another. Maybe it just keeps going till you're done. I think I did that one too late. Oh, no, never mind. Done? Yeah.
Sinfall will remain safe thanks to your efforts.
It's like, does it bother you guys that you guys are staying here guarding this, and then me, this short little shrimp, is like the hero of the game? You know what I mean? Like, you guys look like you should be the hero of the game, but no, it's me, the short little shrimp. I found a manga that sounds weird enough for me to at least read a few chapters. What's it called? I did, I just was like having an urge to play this the other day. I played it off stream, but I rebooted up one of my old Dragon Balls games, yeah, and I played it the other night. Not for long, it was pretty late. It was like, yeah, you guys know I'm like always streaming, so clearly it was either before or after. And yeah. But reminded me that I like those games. The last time I had played it was 2017. That's what Steam was telling me. Yeah. I have 2 of them on Steam. And I haven't loaded up the other one I have because I'm still, playing the first one, Yeah. But I like it. Plus, that was like the only anime I was really into, it's been a long ass time. The last time I watched an anime was like the early 2000s, but back then I was a huge fan of that. I liked Ninja Scroll, was like one of my favorites, and I had seen some of Bleach. Bleach had kind of like just come out, and yeah, I feel like it was Dragon Ball's Bleach and that Cowboy Bebop, which I actually didn't mind that one, Yeah, I actually kind of liked that one. But that was like my era. I haven't seen anything since, I've, for no reason at all. It's not that I grew out of the anime scene or anything. I just didn't put it on the TV, yeah, that was just kind of the last time. I feel like it ended when WoW began, I'm thinking of the time frame. And yeah. And it's like, yeah, I could have watched it while playing WoW, but Big Bang had started around WoW time, and I think I've, thinking back of how I've multitasked with WoW, it's been Big Bang Theory and Lost. Those are like my shows that I remember playing WoW and watching. I'm sure there was many others because I always watch shows while I play WoW, but those are like the major ones. So that's probably, shows took over You know, like those kind of shows. But every so often, I'm like, maybe I'll check out a new one, you know, see what's going on in the anime scene nowadays. I don't know. I can only imagine it's more tame. I feel like the ones that existed back then probably wouldn't fly nowadays. I don't know. Okay, I think we've done all the world quests out here. Well, the ones I want. We gotta move on. Oh, I'll take that. Oh, yeah. Not on the druid. Although, isn't there a mount perk that does that? Do I have the mount thingamabobber? Is it this? No, that's just a summit. Oh, I don't have it. I have to get mount equipment. I thought all your characters just automatically got it. At least one of them. At least the water one. Where do I get them? Oh, they're crafted, aren't they? Yeah, I think I remember that they're crafted. Because I'm sure there's a gathering one. I remember that. Oh, this is the guy that's down here. I don't know, I could see how powerful we are.
Remember to hydrate. Drackle just redeemed hydrate.
Beer time. Hydrating. Oh, I still need hand wraps? Jeez. I actually need to kill this guy. I was just doing it for the hell of it. Just to prove I'm also strong. You know, hopefully. Bring more mobs, buddy. Man, my fan feels so good right now. I feel like I'm walking in wind. Except we're not walking at all. And there's no wind. But there is my fan. You'll never get me, buddy. Man, I have to, oh, we leveled. Oh, our buff is over. Oh, I got it! Fuck yeah. That was like the only transmog that was showing on there. I do remember my druid was farming the shit out of that boss. Nice. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I have to do those Curian challenges. I did not like those in Shadowlands. And I also, what's the item level requirement for Underpin, do you think? I wonder, is my druid ready for that? I hate those challenges. I get so mad. I get way too mad for those challenges. Oh yeah, we were gonna fly out somewhere else.
My master did say to serve everyone.
Did he? I just want, like, the regular fucking map. What's going on here? Can I not go anywhere else, or what's the deal? Fine. Fine. Well, fuck, I don't want to go to Revendreth, though. Well, what's the deal here? Why is it being weird? I should be able to back out into Oribos. Why are you being so fucking weird?
Remember, a safe flight is a boring flight.
There we go. I didn't know why it was being weird. Okay, we're not going to Oribos, though. I just want to go somewhere else. Yeah, that works.
Another satisfied.
Ardenwell do we go. What was your favorite Shadowlands area? Anyone. That's directed at anyone. Mine was Revendreth. I really like Maldraxxus, though. And Bastion's okay. You know, funny enough, the place that my druid was part of was like my least, you know, Night Fae. And it's because, you know, it's like, I get it, my druid's all about trees and all that shit, but it seemed a little too fairy for me, you know? Yeah, it was pretty, it was colorful, but, you know, if I had my way, the druid would be all about the Revendreth trees. Just saying. Yeah. Although I really did like what they did in Dragonflight with that area. I can't remember the name of it, but that like spoke to my druid when they brought out that little patch with that area. Yeah. You guys know what I mean. Portal's like in the city for it. You would say Maldraxxus? Maldraxxus is definitely a nice one. Yeah. That's where my lock that I leveled last week is chilling again. She'd been chilling there since Shadowlands. But she's Necro, so I got her doing all the achievements. Just unfortunately she doesn't do any of them because she's parked at a mount farm. And yeah, one that never wants to drop the mount, so... Yeah, I don't want to. I guess there is a thingamabobber here, though. You know what I need to be paying attention to? And this pisses me off. This is like my biggest piss off of Shadowlands, because I worked my ass off to try to get this and we didn't. But you remember the weekly quests, and there was the one for Maldraxxus, and it would drop the eggs, and then you could get like 3 mounts out of those eggs. I never got a single one, and I was doing those quests non-stop every fucking day. I was like always on the hunt for that shit. And yeah, and we still don't have a single mount from that fucking weekly or daily or whatever it was. Yeah. I was hoping it would show me. Show me if it was one. Yeah, we'll go there anyway. We'll find out. But probably not, because I have a Revendreth one, and oh, you know what? Yeah, exactly. My chat, my add-ons telling me exactly what I was thinking right in chat. It's kind of hilarious that it did that at that time, probably because I opened up the world's map. But yeah, it says right there, world quests aren't shown because you're below level 50. Actually, that makes no sense. I see world quests. That's not even the... But I was thinking that about the weekly or daily objectives. But they're saying world quest. I see world quest. I've been doing world quest. But I think they mean the other thing. The thing I was thinking of. Okay, anywho. Man, we're still in this queue. Is it because I'm leveling so fast?
The growth works and are now crafting their own weapons. Exterminate the pests.
So they're struggling to find groups for me?
I'm gonna enjoy this.
But I'm not leveling fast anymore. I was only leveling fast in the dungeons. Well, I'm still leveling decently fast, but you know, in the dungeon, I'd leveled like 5 levels, so... What's going on here? Shrink yourself to... okay. Oh, I remember this one. This one kind of sucks, but it gets us bonus experience, so... Uh-oh, what's going on with you, buddy?
You're in for a treat.
You know what's funny? You know, considering... Yeah, I didn't really like Shadowlands, but to be fair, I just felt overwhelmed. You know, it wasn't that I hated the content. It was that there was too much of it, you know? And you know, I play all the time, so if I'm saying there's too much content, you know? Like, yeah. So that was my only complaint. But the funny part is there is a lot of Shadowlands videos on the channel. Yeah, when I do these world quests or whatever we want to call them, you know, because my add-on isn't calling them world quests. When I do them, I remember these how-to videos that I did. This one, I don't know why I'm thinking of this particular video. Maybe because it's got like some dream things around here, but the video I associate with this one is the, it was a treasure video, and it involved a dream catcher that was like way up in a tree. Yeah. Was that someone else doing that, or am I kicking ass? Yeah, I think it's me. This is a lot, but I think we'll get a bunch of shit. Oh, this guy wants in. You know, my paladin is so good that I don't think I even need lay on hands. Just saying. Like, my heals are always ready for instant cast. Like, I don't know if instant cast is now the default, but it is always ready for instant cast. I just assumed that was a proc type deal, but yeah. We're just always good.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
You know, minus the couple of times I died earlier, but that's besides the point. We were getting used to stuff. What are we drinking here? Oh, damage, but oh, it's only for 15 seconds. God, I got nothing to kill. There's nothing here. Oh, you'll do. But you're not worth anything. Instant flash is a talent? It is always on. Yeah, I've been healing with Flash of Light and Word of Glory. Like, if I feel the need, I'll throw Lay on Hands. But I've been okay with these two. Like, yeah. I prefer Word of Glory. That one was always a favorite of mine. But, you know, point is... Yeah, so, but you said it's talented, so I probably have it... I could see myself throwing a point in something like that. I like instant casts. Yeah. Yeah, they get me with instants. Because it's funny because I main a caster, but, you know, I hate casting. Yeah. I just like the power that comes from being a caster. But if I had my way... Every cast, you know, Chaos Bolt for Lock, and you know, like they'd all be. Well, I think some Chaos Bolts are actually instant, but you know, they'd all be. What the...
Well done. Those miscreants are enough of a nuisance as it is.
True. Take my skin before we leave. And there's only one out here. Pet battle, which are good for experience, but I don't want to, I deleted the Shadowlands team out of my thing. I don't want to look anything up. I guess I should put it back, though, since... Well, there's no guarantee the next character is going to go into Shadowlands. I'll probably put the next leveler in Kata, so that we can do vanilla dungeons. Yeah, it becomes instant, but gets a small cooldown. Yeah, I always expect I'm gonna hit it and it's gonna be a cast. Yeah. Yeah, like when I take severe damage, it's like, yeah, But I'm just gonna say, whatever the cooldown is, it's gotta be short. Yeah, because I was like that in that dungeon. You know, and there was no healer alive. It was just me and the tank. And I was going between the flashlight and glory. Like, I could have stayed up forever. Like, yeah. Okay, what are we doing? Ugh, I'm near the pet battle. Fine. Honestly, I'm just gonna wing it, honestly, actually. Oh. Flower. I don't know what it is. Like, my loot is on auto loot, but they do not like to auto loot my flowers. Okay, where is it? Oh, I remember this one too. I vaguely remember. Yeah. I'm just gonna use my favorite team, see how they do. Don't hurt my baby boomkin. Well, that's pretty rude, Night Fang. Man, my favorite team always gets hit so hard. That's why we just use them to capture pets. They're pretty, but weak. Yeah. But I think we got it. Yeah. They're capable of this fight, I think. Maybe not. He healed. Yeah. We'll see. This is what happens when you don't use the proper team. Baby Winston, why you already 500 health? Yeah, it's not gonna do. Okay, fine. I'll get the right team in here. I thought it would be worth a go. I like when they win, you know? They're my cute trio, but guess not. Guess we'll get the proper team in here. Who are the knife thing? That's right. I might as well save it in. Found the chips I wanted to try today while I was out shopping. It's Sun Chips. Oh, I love Sun Chips. I haven't had them in a long time though, so I still probably am just know the original flavors. But, you know, that sun-dried one, I think it was. Yeah, I like that one. Plus, you know, I think they're kinda good for you. Yeah. Unlike the chips I had the other night. Yeah. They were no flavor, you know, because when I get dip, I like to get, like, no flavor chips. But they were Ripple, and they had a good chunk of salt on them, and the dip was cream cheese, more or less. Well, technically it was Greek yogurt, but it tasted like cream cheese. That dip was really good, actually. Oh my goodness. It's so easy. It's so easy. Like, it makes my team seem so much weaker when it's so easy. Okay, fine. Let's get a You're like, look how easy that was. It's like, it's so weird how different the pet teams are, right? It's like, I just want to bring my baby Boomkin and my baby Whomper and my baby Winston to kick some ass. But all they can ever do is just retrieve pets. Capture. That's why they're the capture team, but, you know, girl can hope that one day they get good at a fight. Oh, God. Okay, anywho, we got some experience there. What else we got? I guess. Why not? Go level from discovering areas. Well, maybe not. We're a lack of 10% right now. That's not the one I was gonna go to. But what is it? Is it easier than the one we're going to? I guess they're all the same. They're all percentage. But do we need the item? No. I feel like sometimes my divine toll does good, and then sometimes it's shit, you know? Yeah. It has a mind of its own. Because the last time I used it, I was like, oh, that did, like, no damage. But then this time I used it and almost one-shotted that guy.
Vengeance will be work complete.
Ooh. Just in time for Dark Moon on Sunday. That was the Dark Moon quest. Because I never complete those. Like, once in a while. Very once in a while. I've completed them the week I take them. But most of the time, I take the quest and then it sits on that character for a month until Dark Moon comes back. This quest should level us again. We'll be level 35, which is probably where we'll end because I'm getting a little hungry. Plus, I need to move around.
My queen. Forgive me.
He was calling me queen, right? Oh, they getted me. They getted me. I will not allow it. Not allowed. Oh, there we go. Leveled. Oh, we're not even done killing. There we go. I think that was really fucking good. Renown 12? Like, that was all from today. And we didn't even really play that long. Like, a portion of the stream was the interview we watched, right? Like, yeah, I think Renown 12's pretty good. For some reason, I remember like my characters in Shadowlands being able to get like a lot of Renown, like 40 in one shot or something, but I can't remember how I did that. There was some sort of catch-up system. But that's 12 normal. Yeah. I'll put some talents in when we get out of here. Oh! What happened there? I just earned a shit ton of... Oh, because we're 35. Yeah, 35 is the title level for a lot of those more unique ones. What is my title? Don't tell me I'm using, fuck, what's that god-awful title? That title that always gets default. Tell me I'm not using the noob title, am I? Oh, we're not even using a title. Okay. I can't remember that fucking title, but it's always the default one. We should change our title, though. Let's see. What should we be? I like Associate Professor. What goes with Holy Mist? I feel like, is there a holy title? Let's see. No. Landlubber? What the fuck? I don't even remember getting that title. I couldn't even tell you where that came from. Landlubber. Lumberjack? I like that. Maw Walker. Ugh, Peacekeeper, don't remind me. The one mount we're not farming weekly anymore until the patch is over. Postmaster? I guess we could do... nah, I don't want to be Postmaster. Savior of Azeroth. I like it. I like it. Yeah, let's do Savior. Oh, Silk Singer. What's that from? Smelly? I don't want to be Smelly Holy Master. I don't want to... No, thank you. Supervisor. Decisions. Sword of Rin. Where'd I get that one? Talon Queen. They have been calling me Queen, so yeah. Time Lord. Zookeeper. I think that's pets. I think that's where that one came from. A lot of the beloved. Holy Miss the beloved. Crazy Cat Lady's the one that my druid has been using forever. She never changes it. Yeah, I've always used that one. The Butcher. I like it. Yeah, let's do that one. Holy Mist the Butcher. Mm-hmm. Okay. Where's my hearth set to? The Trade District. I guess there's portals there. Yeah. Yeah, we can keep it at the Trade District. Oh, but you know what? We need a better looking hearth. Why are we using a default hearth? What was this one again? Okay. What's one I don't use very often? Deep Dweller. What's that one? I need to get... What hearts am I missing here? Why am I missing hearts? Oh, I need to buy those? I totally have that. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have those. Like, I totally have that currency. I'll see if there's something else attached to it it's not telling me about. There's gotta be a catch. Oh, that's a drop? Wanderer's Portal. Explosive Hearthstone? What's that? Oh, that's the one I keep wanting to get when I'm in the raid. Ugh. God, well now we gotta do it, right? We waited forever. We can't just, like, abandon that queue. Jeez, figures. Okay, well, that's on hold. It's a nice quick one, at least. I do have to pee, though. I guess we'll hold it. We'll be okay. It shouldn't take too long.
Welcome, one and all, to the theater of pain! It seems these... Let the bloodshed begin!
Breath incoming. AOE incoming.
Yeah, is that all? I thought we were in for a show! What a disappointment! How unexpected! It seems our little pups have some fight after all! Now that the preliminaries are over, the real trials can begin!
Oh my god, did you see me? I was being strangled. Oh, I just got the going down achievement. Oh god.
New challenges. Ah, we'll see how long you can last. Let your weapon speak for you.
Man, I am loving Rec though. You know, I always have, but if you know, which is almost a bummer because my character's name is Holy Mist. I think we're gonna be the Ret Paladin that has a holy name. Just saying.
My blade knows no equal. That was good. Our challengers have passed the first trial, but they're still a long way from the title.
To be fair, I'd still heal, like, dungeons and stuff. But I am liking... I'm liking it, and that's at... What level am I? 35? I think? Yeah. The way I see it is if I like it at 35, I'm gonna love it at 80. Look at that. That's my logic. Once you're geared and all that shit. Speaking of, I do need to go through my gear after. You can see, I don't know how great your eyes are over there, but at the top right, well, not the very top right, but, you know, the rightish top. Anywho, you could see the item level. It's saying 117 over 142. So I've got some upgrades on us. I love this boss. This is the hook boss. I used to be so good at it. I probably suck now. It's been a hot minute. We'll see. Never mind. Never mind. He goes down too fast.
Another
You can't see it.
Looks like we might have some real contenders here.
Oh shit! Squid! That's the tank in the other dungeon. Yeah, I'm good with names, so I remembered it. But yeah. That's the tank where it was just myself and him remaining on that boss, yeah. Funny, because that was so long ago.
So fleeting. So fragile.
I used to hate this platform in Shadowlands. Cause like you can't see it because we're down things so fast, but there's a thing that appears on the ground, and if you don't quickly get out of it, it bounces you right off the platform to your death.
Your souls are mine.
But then I guess this is probably normal, right? I don't know. It would do the same shit.
This does not end here.
Incredible! Our challengers have conquered the trials and advanced to the final round!
Man, this shit's so easy.
Return to the central chamber. It's time to begin the main event! Soldiers of Maldraxxus! Are you ready for some carnage? Our rising stars now face the longest reigning champion the Theater of Pain has ever known! Mordretha, the Endless Empress!
At long last, a worthy contender! Behold my power and despair! All things must end.
Yes! Mordretha has been defeated! I can hardly believe it! All hail
Nice.
the new champions of the
36. Okay, well, I'm out of here. Okay, back to our Hearthstone task. And man, I need to get some more plate appearances. My druid is like so across that board. She's got like 90% of the appearances. So it's so weird when I'm on like I guess not even really an alt, just a non-leather wearer, right? It's really weird when you're on like a different server because unless they've changed this, but they reset on servers, so it's, you know, if it's like your first plate character on a different server, it's like 0. Yeah, they don't see your collection unless they've changed that. But I always saw that with my leather wearers because I know my percentage collected for the leather, and yeah, they'd always be so low on a different server. Oh, do I have to dowel on the burst? Let's put that on the burst. Fishy can go down there. What's this one? Actually, I don't mind that one. Okay, we'll use that.
Work complete.
Work complete. Actually, I'll probably just keep her here because the next time I level her, it'll be Dark Moon, probably. I only say probably because I'm, you know, I'm gonna swap to a different character to get some potions for her. So I don't know if we'll make it for the Dark Moon week for this character. But, just in case. What was I doing? This. I like that one. But you suffer 100%? I don't think so. Yeah, unless it's the way to go at max. Like I said, I'm just taking whatever right now. But once we get in current, we're gonna go like the right way. Yeah. I'm usually pretty good at choosing like good ones off the bat though. Without looking up a guide. Ooh, I like that. Armor increased by 10? Yeah, give me the... Oh, that's a good one. Wait a minute. I want 2 points in there. Whatever. We'll level fast. Okay, I want Wake of Ashes. And... think I like Templar better. I like that. Okay. I need to fix our bottom bar. Well, this could go up here. I like using this ashen. There, put you there. Actually, I want you close. Oh, you replaced something. Okay. Okay, so off. Oh, this is the consecration. I didn't even notice. Okay, well that's a passive. It don't need to be on the bars. Okay. Let's see if anything didn't swing over to the bars. It's like, does anyone ever use Sense Undead? Just seems like one of those abilities that's useless. But maybe it isn't. I don't know, it just seems like a useless ability. Good blade there. Okay, yeah, it looks like everything went on the bars, so. Okay, well. Why is my pet, like, almost taller than I am? Like, he looks like he's a companion. Like, not a pet companion, but like a companion. Like an NPC or something. You know? Like why? Why is he's almost my height? What the fuck? Crazy. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna take off, guys. I'm gonna go grab some food. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do up some delves. I'll be on my main. And, yeah, have a great night. Catch you guys later. Bye.